Okay, good morning. Welcome to class. Sorry we weren't in class on Wednesday, but today will be a full makeup day. I'll cover everything that we went over in class on Wednesday, or would have gone over in class on Wednesday today. So we have quite a bit to go over today. It actually won't take us the full time until 3. We probably will be done somewhere between 1 and 2 usually. The last hour is available for you to ask questions. So if you have some questions while we're going through today's lesson, go ahead and write them down. Okay. Those of you who have sent me videos, I did review videos up until yesterday morning, I believe. If you have videos that you would like to send me, I will be accepting your videos until Sunday. So I've extended that out. So if you want me to critique any of your videos, you can send them up until Sunday. After Sunday, I will close out that particular account, so you won't be able to submit any more videos to me after Sunday, okay? All right, so today we have 6 skills to do. Let me go ahead and mute you guys. We have 6 skills to do today. We're going to learn how to feed a resident in a chair. That's a very easy skill, but it doesn't follow all of our normal rules that we follow with all the other skills. So we'll get into that in just a minute. We're going to learn how to give a partial bed bath, and partial bed bath is going to use that leaves method that we learned earlier on Monday. We're going to learn how to make an occupied bed. And you already know the rule for this. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So we'll see how we're going to use that rule in this skill. We're going to learn how to transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair. If you guys remember ambulate with a gait belt, this is the same thing. You're going to put the gait belt on the same way. You're going to use the same body mechanics. But instead of walking the patient, once you get them standing, you're going to get them to a standing position, and then you're going to pivot them and help them sit in a wheelchair. So we'll talk about the specifics with that. We're going to learn how to do catheter care. And if you remember pericare, catheter care is pericare with an extra step, but we have to learn a little bit about catheters, why they're used, how they're used, the dangers with catheters. And then we're also going to learn how to empty a urinary drainage bag. And that is a documentation skill on the exam. Remember that you will get 1 of 4 documentation skills for the test. So everybody gets a documentation skill. You will get either pulse, respirations, feeding a resident, or emptying the urinary drainage bag. Everybody gets 1 of those 4. Okay, so we're learning 2 of them today. So keep that in mind. You will get a documentation skill for the test. And then we're going to go over what's next. So things like, test registration and the update. So I'll go over what Prometric is telling us for updated testing times now. We're going to go over continuing education requirements specifically for the state of Florida. How do you renew your certification? When do you have to renew your certification? How to find a job? So there's some kind of end of the road topics that I'm going to be going over with you as well when we get there. So let's start out with feeding a resident in a chair. So those of you who have your white book, remember your book, turn to page 75 in your book. And I'll bring it up here on the screen so we can all look at it together. Now, page 75 is on feeding a resident who's in a chair. Notice in a chair is actually in the title of the skill. That tells you for the test, your patient's already going to be sitting in a chair at the side of the bed. So you don't have to get them out of bed. You don't have to do anything crazy like that. They're already sitting up at a table. But the problem is, if you read this care plan, it says that the resident is sitting in an inappropriate position for feeding. So even though they're sitting in a chair, this care plan is actually telling you that they're not sitting up straight. So you're going to have to address that. That is a really big checkpoint for this particular skill. It tells you to document the intake on a food and fluid intake form. And if you scroll down, you'll see that right here in the center. This is the food and fluid intake form. And if you wanted to play with this, if you want to see what these look like, if you go to page 122 of your skills book, there's actually documentation. I'm sorry, 120, not 122, 120. There are documentation forms in here for you on page 120 and 121 that are larger, full sheet size, so you can make copies of those. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that this skill should take somebody with your level of experience about 9 minutes. It will be done on a live student, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. That person will be sitting in a chair and charting is required. So this goes over all the step-by-step instructions, your supplies, has the care plan and everything. But I want to explain to you why this skill is different from all the other skills that we do. And it doesn't follow any of the rules that we are used to at this point. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the privacy curtain. We're going to close the privacy curtain for every single skill we do except this one. This is the only one where we don't close the curtain. And that's because eating is a very social event. Most people gather in groups to eat. And when you gather in groups and you're eating, you're usually talking. No, you're not talking with your mouth full. We all know that's rude. But have you ever walked into a restaurant? It's noisy. There's people having conversations. Somebody will be chewing while somebody else is talking. And then when that person takes a bite, the person that was chewing will start talking and contribute to the conversation. Eating is social. Think about all the major life events that you've ever been to. So bridal showers, baby showers, birthday parties, communions, weddings, even funerals. All social events, big events, big parties and things usually have food as part of the social experience. But even when people are eating, they're still talking to one another. It would be very awkward to walk into your local favorite restaurant and it be completely silent. You would actually become very, very self-conscious about your eating if the whole place is completely silent, because now you feel like somebody's watching you. It's very awkward, very unnerving. So because eating is a social event, we don't want to isolate the patient by pulling that curtain. That patient really needs social interaction. That's what actually helps your appetite. If you are closed into a small area with a curtain closed or the door of the room closed, that patient's probably not going to eat all that well. They're going to be hyper aware of their eating process, and it makes them very uncomfortable. So they're probably not going to eat as well. So for this skill, we don't close the privacy curtain. We're going to leave it open. So that means that you're going to have to modify your opening a little bit. And if you accidentally close the curtain during the opening, just correct it. I would not have closed the privacy curtain, and then open it when you get an opportunity. But it's important that you understand that socialization is a very big part of this skill. Now, along that same line, this is the only skill that you are going to be graded on your socialization. So you have to talk to the patient. You have to have a conversation, and it's got to be engaging. So you're actually going to be graded on that, your conversation skill with the patient. It's the only skill that you're graded on, a conversation. Everything else you're graded on indirect care, basically telling the patient what you're going to do. This skill is different. You're not going to say, okay, I'm going to put pudding on the spoon. I'm going to fill it half full. I'm going to bring it up to your mouth. You're not doing that. That's just weird and awkward. What you're going to do is talk to the patient as if they're another human being, just like you would if you were at a restaurant or at your mom's house eating. So you have to have a conversation. Now, this does become a little bit difficult for the test because you don't know the person that you're feeding. So it's kind of hard to have an actual conversation, like a real life conversation with somebody that you don't really know. So for the test, you can kind of make up a topic. You can say something like, they're showing a movie on the big screen later. Would you like to see it? Or you might want to say something like, wow, the weather outside is absolutely beautiful. Cold front came through and the skies are super blue. It's very comfortable out there. What is your favorite time of year? I love springtime when all the flowers come up. What's your favorite time of year? So you can use, like real life current events to have a conversation and as a prompt to be able to ask the patient questions. Most people like talking about themselves. All they need is an opportunity. If you see pictures on the wall, ask them about the pictures. If somebody has something displayed, that means that they're willing to talk about it. We don't take our deepest, darkest, most personal secrets and put them up on the wall, right? We put things on the wall that we're willing to talk about. So pictures of families or of places that they've been or a house that they own. Pictures on the wall can give you a very good jumping off point for conversation. One of the most frequently used questions that I ask patients is, what is the most exciting place you've ever been? Because most people have been more than one place in their life. So that gives you an opportunity for multiple conversations there. And again, people generally like talking about themselves. You can ask them where they grew up. How many siblings did they have? How has life changed in your, however many years they've been on the earth? And it's interesting to get a perspective from somebody that's been around a little bit longer about how life has changed in their lifetime. And you'll have some very interesting conversations, but the point is to talk to the person, not at them. Okay, you want to engage them in conversation. So you'll see this in the video, that I do talk to the patient. And for the most part, the patient kind of gives me one-word answers because it's a training video. So we're not getting into like in-depth conversation. And for the test, it's probably going to be like that too. Your patient's probably just going to give you like little one-word answers, which is okay. You're showing that you're making the effort to socialize the patient. What they don't want to see is you sitting there silently. See how awkward that is? If you're silently just shoveling food into somebody's mouth, it's going to feel very forced, very stiff, very awkward, and the patient probably isn't going to eat very well. So you really want to try to engage that person a little bit. Okay, don't rely on TV for your socialization. A lot of people that are eating alone will do that. They'll turn on the TV or a radio, and they rely on some sort of external electronic form of socialization. But you are a real live flesh and blood human. They should not be relying on electronic socialization when they have a real live human in front of them. And we're starting to see, in this COVID catastrophe, we're starting to see just how important socialization is for humans. If you're locked away for too long, you start to get antsy. You want to see other people. You want to do things. You want to go shopping. You want to go to the park. You want to go to the beach. You want to entertain yourself. Now, can you imagine for just a second, most of you have gone stir crazy just over the last month. Imagine that would be your life for 15 years, where you might see other humans, but they don't really talk to you. How lonely would that feel? So we have to understand that our patients need us for more than just bringing the spoon to their mouth. This is providing emotional care as well as physical. So take the time to talk to them. It's a very big graded checkpoint on the state exam. So what makes us different is you don't close the privacy curtain and you have to have a conversation. Now, a point on that really quickly. For the test, it doesn't have to be a real conversation. You can make something up. Like, Did you see the children come in for the Easter egg hunt in the lobby? Weren't they adorable? I love little kids at that age looking for Easter eggs. It's so fun. Did you ever do anything like that when you were little? You can ask questions like that. You know, you can kind of make up a story for the test, but it's showing that you're still engaging in conversation. In a clinical setting, don't make something up, because your patient will start to wonder, did I miss something? Am I going crazy? Am I becoming forgetful? Don't make something up. Make it real. But you can talk about current events as well. It's perfectly okay to talk about current events. Just because somebody is in a facility doesn't mean that they are in jail, that they're cut off from the rest of society. Most people want to know what's happening outside of the four walls that they're stuck behind. So you can talk to them about current events as well, just not scary. Don't make it scary, okay? Another reason that this is a little bit different than other skills that we do is that this is the only skill that you are required to sit. The only skill where you must sit. You cannot stand over somebody and feed them, you know, put food into their mouth, because if you're standing up and your patient is down here, they are in a dependent position. If you're feeding them from this level, it's going to make it feel rushed. They're going to feel like they're an inconvenience. It does not play well for socialization, because the patient feels that you're talking down to them. There is something about body language here. If you are feeding somebody, you need to be on their level to feed them appropriately. If we're at this, if you're standing and the patient is sitting, if our levels don't match, the patient won't eat. So it's the only skill where you are required to sit. If you don't sit during the test, it could potentially fail you. That's a really big checkpoint. So again, to recap, we don't close the privacy curtain. We have to have a conversation, and we have to sit during this skill. Now, another reason that this skill is a little bit different than other skills that we do is we don't use a barrier on the table. Every other skill, if we have supplies, we go get a barrier, put it on the table first, and then go get our supplies and put them on the barrier. But for the test, the food tray is actually your barrier. So you don't need to go get another barrier for the test. Just use the food tray that's already there. So that's a little bit different as well. When you're performing this skill, I'm going to talk to you now as a patient really quickly, because you might actually be a patient for the test. So during the test, if you're the patient for this, you're going to be taken aside and given very specific instructions. They're going to tell you to sit in the chair, but either slouch down or slump over, or don't be sitting up straight. Whatever you do, don't sit up straight. So you're going to sit in the chair in, you know, kind of like a slumped position, or however you want to do it, but just not sitting up straight. You're also going to be told to only take 4 bites and then say no more. You're done. You're finished. No matter what the person feeding you asks, just say no, thank you. So for the test, you're only taking 4 bites. That's it. But you have to refuse, because the person that's feeding you is going to be graded on what they do when you refuse to eat. For the test, they're going to be feeding you a single serve pudding or applesauce cup. Single serve pudding or applesauce. So you're only taking 4 bites. If chocolate pudding is not your favorite, try to choke down 4 bites. Now, if you're allergic to pudding, tell the evaluators before you even start the skill. We don't want you breaking out in hives and, going into anaphylactic shock because you're trying to be cooperative. If you have an allergy, make sure you let them know that. If you have a food allergy to applesauce or cinnamon, or, the milk that might be in pudding, whatever. If you have no allergies, if it's just not your cup of tea, but you can choke down 4 bites, then please, be cooperative for this. They're also going to tell you to eat like you eat. So don't make this difficult on the person that's being tested. Don't let the pudding drip out of your mouth. Don't spit at somebody. Don't do anything like super crazy. That is not what this skill is about. we're not testing somebody's ability to feed a difficult to feed person. We are testing their ability to feed a person. The level of difficulty will come later, and then we'll make accommodations based on that patient, not general. Okay. Right now we're testing on general feeding principles. So the things that they're looking at is, does the CNA make sure that the patient is sitting up straight? Does the CNA offer a drink before and every so often during feeding? Does the CNA ask the patient how they want to be fed? Because you and I don't eat the same way. Some of you like all of your foods to be separated on your plate. You don't want your foods to touch at all. Some of you mix your corn and mashed potatoes, and some of you are like, oh, that's gross, don't do that. Some of you like meat and potatoes on the same fork at the same time. Others are like, no, that's not me. Some of you will eat all of one thing on your plate before moving to the next thing. Everybody has different eating preferences, eating idiosyncrasies, okay, things that make us unique. You probably aren't even aware of your own eating preferences because that's just the way you eat. And you eat several times a day. It probably hasn't even dawned on you that you eat different than some other people eat. But I'm here to tell you that you do. So it's really important that you not assume your patient eats the same way you do. So when you're feeding somebody, for the test, you don't have to ask because there's only one thing there. You've either got pudding or applesauce. It's just one cup of something that you're feeding the patient. So you don't have to ask. But if you've got a whole plate of food, you want to ask the patient, what would you like next? How do you normally eat? And feed the patient the way they would normally eat. Now, a special point here about pureed foods, and I've seen this so many times. If a patient has their food pureed just means that it's chopped up super fine so you don't have to chew it. Puree does not alter the taste. It alters the texture, but not the taste. So when you have a plate and it has pureed foods on the plate, first of all, it's not overly appetizing to look at just big, glops of food on a plate. A lot of places understand that, we eat with our eyes. So our eyes and our nose. So things have to smell good and they have to look good for us to really get an appetite. So some places will mold their pureed foods so they look more like how they would look naturally. Okay, so they may have pureed carrots that they put in a carrot mold, and now on the plate it looks like a carrot, but it's still mashed up paste type consistency. Well, it's important that you understand that that pureed function alters the texture, but not the taste. So let me give you a story to illustrate this. I was a hospice nurse for many years, and I went into this one facility at lunchtime, and the patient that I needed to see was down in the dining room. So I go down to the dining room and I sit down and next to Mary, and I said, hey, Mary, how's it going? Now, Mary had a stroke, and she had aphasia, which meant that she couldn't speak very well. Her mind was still there. She understood what was going on, but she had difficulty forming words. She also was paralyzed on her right side and had very limited mobility on her left. So Mary was kind of really dependent. She needed a lot of help. So I come sit down next to Mary, and I say, hey, Mary, how you doing today? And she kind of gave me the, she would look up out of the corner of her eyes, and she would kind of tilt her head up to say hi. And on this particular day, she's got a plate of food in front of her, and it just looks like gray goop. Now, this is lunchtime. And I looked at the plate and I went, ooh, Mary, what are you having for lunch? That doesn't look very good. And her nose, okay, so looking up out of the corner of her eyes and her head up meant yes or hi or something positive. When she looked down out of the corner of her eye over here and kind of tilted her head, that let us know that that was a no, or she wasn't happy, or, you know, that was her negative sign. So I asked her, I said, "Oh, Mary, what are you eating?" And she looked down and kind of turned her head away. So I knew she wasn't real thrilled with what was on the plate either. So I asked the CNA that was feeding her, I said, "What's for lunch today? What are you having?" She said, "Oh, it's Salisbury steak, mashed potatoes, and beets." I said, "Okay, but what's that on her plate?" She said, "Salisbury steak, mashed potatoes, and beets." I said, "Would you mix that together and eat it? I mean, would you eat that all mixed together?" She goes, "Oh, no, that's gross." I said, "But you just mixed it up for the patient." She says, "Oh, no, it's pureed. They don't taste it." That's not true at all. They do taste it. And it's Salisbury steak, mashed potatoes, and beets mixed together. I mean, that just doesn't sound good to anybody, right? Puree foods are not meant to be mixed together. Puree does not mean no taste. It just means that it's chopped up. Remember, the taste isn't altered, the texture is. So you can't just mix all that stuff up and try to feed it to them as fast as possible. That's not the way feeding is supposed to be done. So the best thing to do is to ask, you know, "Mary, do you want mashed potatoes next?" If she looks up, it's yes. If she looks down, it's no. Make sure that you're taking into account what the patient's preferences are. Remember, we are their hands and feet. We are not their brain. We don't get to decide what they want. And that's a hugely important part of what I'm here to teach you, is to remember that these are people. Just like your parents, how would you want somebody to care for your parent if they were in that position? Okay, so super important that we understand that. Another reason that this is just a little bit more, a little different than the other skills that we do is that you are actually going to be graded on the way you encourage the patient. So remember, I said that if you're the patient, you're going to be told to take 4 bites. That's it. You're done. You're going to say no more. No, thank you. I'm done. Well, when you're the CNA for this skill, you actually have to encourage the patient 2 times. Once is not enough. And you can do it in different ways. So I'm going to give you 3. You have to pick at least 2. You can do all 3 if you want, but you have to pick at least 2. So you may want to say, "Are you sure you're done? Don't you want just one more bite?" You want to be accommodating. You want to be encouraging. You don't want them to feel like they're an imposition. A lot of patients that have to be fed, feel like they're taking up your time. So they will only eat a couple of bites and then they'll tell you, "I'm done. Go take care of somebody else that needs it more." Nobody likes to be fed. Okay, and this is a psychological thing. The very first skill you become independent at is eating. That is the first skill that every human becomes independent at. If you've ever fed a 4 or 5-month-old child and we start to give them rice cereal on a spoon, they start to learn to open their mouth for the spoon. Every single one of those infants will grab at that spoon. Babies will put Cheerios and diced peaches in their mouth from a high chair tray. Infants will learn to hold that bottle and get it to their mouth. Eating is the very first skill you become independent at, way before you're walking or talking or crawling or even sitting. You learn to eat. You learn to feed yourself. So imagine psychologically what kind of a blow that would be to you to not be able to feed yourself. This is the very first skill you master. Now, if you've got to depend on somebody else to feed you, it makes you, it messes with your self-worth, okay? A lot of patients that have to be fed become very depressed. their appetite diminishes, they don't like being fed, and it's up to us to normalize this, to make them feel that no, they're not an imposition at all, that we really want to be there helping them, that, oh, wow, Mary, I really need to sit for a little bit. Can you eat slow today so I can sit here for a few seconds? Because I've been running. Man, I love getting here to sit with you and talk to you. You want to normalize it for the patient. You want to make them feel that they are not an imposition. So part of this is encouraging them when they say, no, I don't want any more, to make them feel like we want to be there to feed them. So are you sure you don't want just one more bite? That's an appropriate thing to do. Now, but maybe we've all had these days, right? Where you get hungry, you go make something, you take a bite and you're like, no, it's not it. Not what I wanted, man. It's just not it. We've all had those days. Well, what if your patient is having that day right now? What if you sit down, you give them 3 or 4 bites of pudding and they're like, no, I don't want that. That's just not, I'm not hungry. Well, maybe it's because the pudding isn't what they had in mind, that's not really what they wanted. So we can ask them, would you like something else from the kitchen? They can't go to, like you at your house. Let's say that you're craving macaroni and cheese, and you make macaroni and cheese and you take a bite and you're like, nope, that's not it. It's not really what I want. So then you go back to the kitchen and you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or, whatever, your thing is, right? So you have the ability to go to the kitchen and try again, right? Find something that'll hit that craving. So your patient doesn't have that opportunity. There is no kitchen they can go to try again. So we have to kind of be that intermediary. We need to ask the patient, would you like me to get something else from the kitchen for you? If they say no, which they will for the test, remember they're going to be told to say no to everything. If they say no, what I usually like to do is let patients know that there is food available if they get hungry later. That lets them know that I'm there to help them. If you just stand up and say, thank God I got a million things to do, I'm already running behind, thank you for being quick about that, your patient isn't going to eat very well, because now they feel rushed. They feel like they're being an inconvenience. They're throwing your timetable off. But if you let them know, hey, there's food available later. If you get hungry, just let me know. Then that reassures the patient. And it actually will help improve their appetite and maintain their nutritional status. Because here's the problem, guys. If we already have a patient that's weak and they're not eating well, then tomorrow they're going to get weaker. And if they don't eat well, then they'll get weaker. And if they don't eat well, they're going to get weaker. And this can set up this snowball effect that the patient just declines very rapidly. And I've seen it happen many, many times when CNAs don't approach this with the right attitude. Okay. So it's really, really important that we make sure that we are approaching this properly. Does that make sense?
Ma'am.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so at the beginning of the skill, your patient's sitting in an inappropriate position in a chair. There's going to be a table in front of them. They're already going to have a food tray on that table. On the food tray is going to be a napkin, a spoon, a cup of pudding or applesauce, and a cup of water. Already made up for you. It's just sitting there waiting for you to feed the patient. At the end of the skill, you're going to throw away everything disposable, which is everything on the tray. And then you're just going to put the tray back on the table. In a clinical setting, most of the time, you're going to take that tray and put it on a dietary cart. And then that cart will go to dietary, and they're going to wash everything. They wash the trays, they wash the plates, they wash the cut, they wash everything. For the test, you're just going to leave the tray on the table because we're assuming dietary is going to come get it later. So you don't have to wash the tray or anything like that. Now, You also have to document for this skill. So remember, documentation is always done at the end after our closing and our hand washing. So you will have to document this skill at the end, and I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. We're going to talk about food percentages in just a second. But we want to normalize this as much as possible. And to normalize this, most people wash their hands before they eat. I mean, that's just part of your eating ritual. You wash your hands before you eat. Well, your patient can't, if they're sitting in a chair at an overbed table, chances are they can't get all the way to the sink to wash their hands. So for the test, we're going to give them a hand wipe to wipe their hands before we feed them. Now, I know we're the ones feeding them. But even if food starts to drip, even patients that have limited mobility, if food starts to drip, they will unconsciously, they may not even be aware of it, but they will unconsciously bring their fingers up to their face to try to clean up anything that might be dripping. So we don't want dirty hands anywhere near a face, right? COVID has taught us that. COVID, if nothing else, should have proven to you that your hands do things without your permission all the time. How many times have you found yourself with your hand near your face and you don't know how it got there because you don't remember doing that, right? So COVID should have taught us that our hands do things without our permission all the time. You got to keep a close eye on those hands. We also need to make sure that they're clean if they're going to be anywhere near your face. Well, with feeding a patient, we know their hands may be near their face, so getting them clean to begin with is super important. You also want to offer a clothing protector. Now, we don't call it a bib. Remember, these are not children. We do not use terms like diapers and bibs. We call them clothing protectors, and it could be a napkin, it could be a towel, whatever you have. Some places use special clothing protectors that have Velcro or a snap in the back, and that's fine. But we want to offer. Now, some people will say, I am not a child. I do not need a bib. And you're going to say, okay, no problem. Others may be aware that when they're fed by someone else that food may drip and they want to look nice. So they may say, yes, I would like a clothing protector, please. You're going to go with whatever the patient wants. For the test, your patient, which remember could be you, will be instructed to allow a clothing protector, okay? So now what I want you to do is turn in your skills book to page... Oh, I can't read that. Hold on one second. I think it's 76. Give me one second, I'll tell you. 74, sorry, 74. So turn in your skills book to 74. And this is how we are going to document the amount of food the patient ate. And documentation is for food is always based on percentages. It's based on what the patient started with. So anytime you're passing trays, you have to pay attention to what was on the tray at the beginning. So if I told you that a patient ate an entire container of pudding, there's no way for you to know what percentage of the meal that person ate. Well, they ate an entire container of pudding. If that's all they were offered, well, they ate all that they had, 100%. But if that pudding was on a tray with a sandwich and potato chips and fruit, and all they ate was the pudding, well, now they ate 25% because they didn't touch the rest of the stuff that was offered. So it's important that you understand that percentages are always, always, always based on what the patient started with. So if you look at this documentation activity, you'll see here, right here, that we have a plate, and it even tells you what's on this plate: 3 slices of bacon, 2 eggs, 2 toast, and peaches. And if you look at number 1 here, it shows you they ate everything. So of course that would be 100%. They ate 100% of what was offered. That's pretty easy. Now here, you'll see that they have 1.5 slices of bacon left, 1 egg, 1 piece of toast, and 1 peach slice. So that's half of what we started with. So that would be 50%. Down here, you'll see that they ate almost all of the bacon, almost all of the egg, almost all of the toast, and almost all of the peaches, so that would be 75% eaten. And here, they barely picked at it. They ate maybe a slice of bacon, a bite of toast, didn't even touch their eggs, and a little bit of fruit. So here they only ate about a quarter of what was offered. So you always base your percentages on what the patient started with. Now, if you go up to the top of the second column here, you'll see again, you've got another activity that you can play with on your own. You want to estimate the amount of food eaten, the percentage of food eaten. And the answers to this are located in the back of the book. But I want to bring your attention down here to the fluid section. Now, for the test, you're just going to use percentage for fluid as well. They're not going to make you convert it from ounces to cc's. You're just going to say drink 25% of the water or 50% of the water. Percentage is fine for the test, but in a clinical setting, it is not. In a clinical setting, you are going to be more precise about this. So what you have to understand is that every ounce of liquid has to be converted to mLs or cc's in medicine. So mLs and cc's, same thing, two different names for the same thing. 1 ounce equals 30 cc's. So if you have 6 ounces of juice, if we multiply 6 by 30, you get 180 cc's. If you have 8 ounces of milk, 8 times 30 is 240 cc's or mLs. 12 ounces of coffee, man, that's a really big coffee cup. I need that right now. 12 ounces of coffee, 12 times 30 would be 360 mLs. Now, when you're measuring in very precise amounts like this, 6 ounces, 8 ounces, 12 ounces, or 180, 240, 360. At the end of the shift, you are going to have to add those up for total intake per shift. This is called intake and output. So if you total all of that up together, you would get one number, and that would be your total intake for the shift. So I'll let you do this on your own and check your answers at the back of the book as well. So, does anybody have any questions on intake and output or percentage of food, how to calculate percentage that they ate? Any questions? No?
So you mentioned cc's equals 30.
Okay, 1 ounce equals 30 cc's of liquid. 1 ounce is 30 cc's. You won't have to do that for the skills test, but on the written test for the state exam, on the, your multiple choice, you may have a question on there. Your patient drank 12 ounces of water. How many mLs did your patient drink? So you may have to do that conversion. So make sure you know that every ounce equals 30 mLs. mLs and cc's is the same thing. Good? And to get total intake, you would add all the liquids up together for that shift. We usually do that at the end of shift. It's called calculating your I's and O's. Intake and output is what that means. So let me go ahead and show you this video really quickly. Everything that I told you is between page 72 and 75. So everything that I went over is in your skills book. Let me go ahead and show you this video. Any questions before I get started? Okay, we go ahead and mute you. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. Would you like a snack?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Can I ask you to sit up straight for me, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jones, let me get you a hand wipe so that you can wipe your hands. Would you like to take that? Thank you very much. Let me dispose of this. Okay, can I offer you a clothing protector?
Yes, please.
I'll just place this on your chest. Okay, it looks like we have pudding. How does that sound?
Great.
Very good. Can I offer you a drink before we get started?
Please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
There you go. Do you have any plans for this afternoon?
No.
They're showing a movie on the big screen in the activity room. Would you like me to get more information on that for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. How does the pudding taste?
Delicious.
Very good. Ready for another?
Yes, please.
Can I offer you a drink? Would you like something to drink?
Yes, please.
Ready for another bite?
Yes, please.
Ready for another bite?
I'm actually full.
Are you sure you wouldn't like just one more bite?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Can I get you something else from the kitchen?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let me know if you get hungry later, and we'll get something to eat. We do have food available on the unit.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the napkin. There we go. I'll remove this clothing protector from you, and we're going to put this in dirty linen. I'm going to go take care of your tray. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to place the tray back on your table. Is there anything else I can get for you? A magazine, perhaps?
No, thank you.
Your call light is within reach. Please let me know if you should need anything. I'm going to go wash my hands and document.
Okay, thank you.
After washing my hands, I'm going to document the amount of food that this patient ate. Using my documentation form, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions on that skill?
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
Do we have to have them wipe their hands also after eating?
No, it's not required. You can. I mean, if they use their hands, yeah, I would, but it's not a graded checkpoint now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any others?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
For the exam, is the tray gonna be put on the table already, or we have to get the stuff?
Yes, for the exam, the tray will already be on the table with a napkin, a spoon, a single serve pudding or applesauce item, and a cup of water that's already poured. Okay, it's already going to be prepared for you. Any other questions? No? No? Okay, so we're going to move on to partial bed bath. Now, with partial bed bath, you already know all of the things you need to know to do this skill. You know the opening, you know glove rules, we know barrier rules, we know washing rules, we know privacy blanket, we know scoot and roll, we know basin cleaning, we know the closing. So everything that we need to know, we've already learned. All we're going to do is take all those principles and package them together a little bit differently to do partial bed bath. This is also going to use that leaves method. Remember this? We had the washcloth folded in half and then folded in half again. And if we held it with the free point pointing up and tuck the two side pieces in here, then that gave us a cleaning surface that we could fold down, which trapped the contamination underneath and gave us a new cleaning surface that we could use. We could fold that down to trap the contamination underneath, a new cleaning surface that we could fold down to trap the contamination underneath, and then another new cleaning surface that we could fold down. So we're going to use this leaves method on the face because we use this anytime we're washing a wet body opening. So a wet body opening would be eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, incisions, anything that allows anything inside the body to get out, any opening that would allow anything inside the body to get out. We also want to use the leaves method to keep from bringing anything in to those openings as well. So for the test for partial bed bath, we're going to take the washcloth, wipe one eye, inner to outer corner, and then we're going to fold that leaf over because if the patient has an infection in this eye, we don't want to transfer it to this one. So one eye, inner to outer corner, fold that leaf over, other eye, inner to outer corner, fold that leaf over, and then we'll wash the rest of the face. I like to do the nose last, nobody cares. If you want to do the nose next, that's fine. If you want to do the nose last, that's fine. Nobody cares. But on the face, we are not going to put soap. Soap dries the skin, but it also stings the eyes. It can be very uncomfortable for patients. So no soap on the face, just water, unless the care plan tells you otherwise. But for the test, this patient does not get soap on the face. So let me pull up the care plan for this so we can look at it together. This is provide a partial bed bath to a resident in bed. Now, one of the things I want to bring to your attention, if we scroll down here, you'll see that according to this, our patient is a mannequin. So that means that you will not be a patient for this skill. You will not be a patient for this skill. The mannequin will. But the evaluator is still going to play the voice of the mannequin. So if we scroll back up, we can look at the care plan for this. And this is a very, very, very long care plan. It's highly detailed. It tells us to give the resident a partial bed bath and a back rub. Wash the resident's face, neck, chest, abdomen, back, one arm and hand with soap and water. Provide a brief back rub with lotion. Dress the resident in a hospital gown. Patient is lying on back in center of bed and can roll as directed, but is too weak to assist with bathing. So this is a very, very detailed care plan. It tells us exactly what to wash, and anything that's not on here is not going to get washed. So the best way to remember this is face to waist, front and back. But we're not really going past the waist. We're not doing the peri area. We're not washing the buttocks. That is a different skill. So this care plan just has us wash the patient face to waist, front and back. Remember, face first, no soap on the face, but everything else, you're just going to use a regular washcloth, wrung out really well, soap applied, and we don't have to use the leaves method because all of the skin from that point on is intact. But don't forget to rinse whatever you wash, and don't forget to dry whatever you rinsed. We also don't want the bed to get wet, so we're going to put a towel under the patient as we do this skill to help keep the sheets from becoming wet. There's lots and lots of supplies for this skill, a lot of supplies. First, you have to get a barrier for the table, and it's a washing skill, so that means that you need basin, soap, lotion. You're going to need some washcloths, and if you remember earlier in the program, I said if you're washing a small body part, like a hand or a foot, you need 2 washcloths. If you're washing anything else, you need 4. So if you're doing hand care or foot care, you need 2. Everything else is 4. You're going to use 2 towels for this skill. One to cover the sheet under the patient so that the sheet doesn't get wet, and the other to dry the patient. Privacy blanket, of course, is always required anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. And we're going to need a clean gown because our care plan tells us to dress the resident in a clean gown. Gloves are going to be required because we're going to be touching a wet body opening, you know, everything on the face, and we're touching personal skin normally covered by a bathing suit. So gloves are required for this skill. So that kind of tells you a little bit about the care plan and the supplies. But let's go down to the bottom here, and I want to point something out. Right here, test info, time, 19 minutes. The test says that somebody with your level of experience, on average, takes about 19 minutes to do this skill. Guys, this is the longest skill we have. It takes a long time to give a partial bed bath. Now remember, this is on a mannequin. You do want to move rather quickly though. Imagine how cold this is going to feel to that patient. Remember, that patient laying over there is not active. They are not fully dressed. They are covered by a thin sheet. You put water on that patient and they are going to feel freezing. So you don't want to take a long time to do this. You don't want to move super slow motion, because your patient is going to feel uncomfortable. So get in, get it done, get them covered back up. Try not to expose them unnecessarily. During the test, you're going to keep the blanket on the patient, that privacy blanket, to help keep them warm and protect their privacy. But that evaluator eventually is going to have to see what you're doing under the blanket. So at some point when you're cleaning the neck, the chest, the abdomen, that evaluator is going to ask you to move that blanket out of the way. And that's fine. You'll just fold the blanket down and you'll keep going from that part. You'll see in the video though that I will restart. So you'll see it. You'll see me do the skill while I'm holding the blanket up for privacy and warmth. But then I'm going to fold the blanket away and I'm going to do all of that again so that you can see what I'm doing under the blanket, because it's important that you learn what I'm doing. So you'll actually see this being done in two different ways. For the test, you're going to fold the blanket down when the evaluator tells you to, but you don't have to go back and repeat everything. I did that for you so you could see what to do. Okay, does that sound fair? Does that make sense? Make sense?
Yes.
All right. The evaluator is going to hold the mannequin on their side, because once you turn the patient on their side, it's a mannequin. She doesn't stay on her side. She's a big life-size Barbie doll, really, is all she is. She's plastic. So when you turn the mannequin on her side, remember, gravity always pulls them back onto their back. So when you put that mannequin on her side, she's not going to stay there, but you have to wash her back, rinse her back, dry her back, and give her a back rub. And how are you going to do that if she's not staying on her side? The evaluator will reach over and hold that mannequin in place. You won't even have to ask them to do it. They will do it automatically, but the evaluator will hold that mannequin for you, okay? And they do that to help you out. So let me show you this skill. This is kind of a long video, so grab your popcorn, grab your soda, settle in, but try to stay awake because this has a lot of steps to it, a lot of steps. None of them are hard. You already know everything you need to know to do this skill. There's nothing new to learn, nothing. We're just going to repurpose all of those steps into a little bit different format, but try to stay with it because there are a lot of steps to this skill. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to do partial bed bath. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain. Let me wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. For this skill, I'm going to need a barrier for the table. This will give me a clean place to put my clean supplies. For this skill, I will need 4 washcloths, 2 towels, a clean gown, and a privacy blanket. It's a washing skill, so I will also need a basin, soap, and lotion. And I'll need a set of gloves. Ms. Jones, let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Ms. Jones, is this water appropriate temperature? Okay. And now I'm going to spread the privacy blanket out over you. This will help keep you warm and protect your privacy while we do this skill. I'm going to spread the blanket without snapping or shaking the blanket. And I'm going to pull your sheet down to about your waist. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to ask you to sit forward for me in just a moment so I can untie your gown. And I'm going to spread this towel out underneath you to keep your sheets dry while we bathe you. Can I assist you to sit up, please? Thank you. I'm going to untie your gown and spread the towel out on the bed. Go ahead and lay back down, Ms. Jones. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to spread the towel out underneath the arm. I'll remove the gown on the side closest to me, supporting the elbow as I lift it. And I'm going to relocate the gown to the other side of the patient. This leaves the patient uncovered underneath the privacy blanket for bathing. The blanket will keep you warm. Now I can apply my gloves. I'll take the first washcloth and wring it out. And I'm going to use 4 corners. We'll wash the face first, no soap on the face. Ms. Jones, I'm going to wash your eyes. I'll start with the closest eye to me. I'm going to wash from the inner to outer corner. Very gently. And then we'll fold this leaf over to prevent contamination from spreading to the other eye. Ms. Jones, I'm going to wash your other eye now, inner to outer corner. We'll fold that leaf over, and then I'm going to wash the remainder of the face. Using very gentle strokes and keeping control over the washcloth. We'll fold that leaf over and use the final washcloth for the nose. And then we'll set that aside. I'm going to take the towel and pat dry all areas of her face, making sure not to use too much force. We'll set the towel aside. We're going to take the second washcloth and wring it out. And we'll apply soap to the top leaf. We do not need to use the leaves method because all of her skin from this point is intact. We're going to wash behind the ear, under the chin, across the neck, the upper torso. We're going to lift the blanket to protect privacy but keep the patient covered while we wash down to the abdomen and up the side. Now for the exam, you are going to make sure the patient remains covered until the evaluators ask you to remove the blanket. At that point, you will just continue on. I am going to repeat these actions so that you can see what I have done. I'll remove the blanket for better visualization. Behind the ears, across the chin, the neck, the upper torso, around the breasts, down the abdomen, and up the side. Then we'll clean down the front of the arm, the hand, up the back of the arm, lifting at the elbow, and the armpit last. We'll set this washcloth aside because it has soap on it. We'll take the third washcloth in the basin and wring it out. And we're going to rinse all the areas that we just washed. So behind the ear, under the chin, across the neck, the upper torso, around the breasts, the abdomen, up the side, down the front of the arm, keeping the elbow supported on the bed. We'll rinse the hand, the back of the arm, and the armpit while supporting the arm. The rinse washcloth can go back in the basin for later use. Now we're going to dry all of those areas. So we're going to pat dry or use short, soft strokes, but nothing vigorous. Go ahead and lift your arm, Miss Jones. We'll set the towel aside. Now the patient has a clean torso, so we'll place the clean gown on her. Ms. Jones, can you reach your arm through here? I'll help you put your gown on. We'll lift the arm at the elbow, supporting it as we lift. And we'll spread the gown out. Okay, Ms. Jones, we're going to go around to the other side of the bed now, and we'll dress the other arm. Since the care plan said that we only needed to wash one arm, we do not need to cleanse this other arm. That's per the care plan, but we do need to dress it. So I'll remove the soiled gown, and we're going to place this in dirty linen. And then I'll put the new gown on. Ms. Jones, can you reach through this armhole? Thank you. And go ahead and lift. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to ask you to turn onto your left side now. This is going to allow me to wash your back and give you a brief back rub. So I'm going to ask you to scoot toward me, and we're going to roll you onto your left side. Ready? Go ahead and scoot toward me. 1, 2, 3. Now the evaluator will hold the mannequin in place while you complete your cleaning. So I'm going to take the third washcloth, wring it out, and we'll soap the top leaf. I'm going to wash the back of the neck, the shoulders, and the back down to the waist. We'll set that washcloth aside. We'll take the final washcloth and wring it out. And we're going to rinse all of those areas. The back of the neck, the shoulders, and the back down to the waist. And then finally, we'll dry all of those areas. Back of the neck and the shoulders, the back down to the waist. Now our care plan asks us to give the patient a brief back rub. So we're going to use a little bit of lotion, making sure to warm the lotion in our hands before we give them a back rub. Ms. Jones, I'm going to give you a little back rub now. I'm going to start at the small of your back and work my way up in small circles to your shoulders. We'll do this 3 times. This is for circulation purposes. 1, 2, one more, and 3. I'm going to wipe off the excess lotion. Now I can tie the patient's gown. And remove the towel that's protecting the linens. Ms. Jones, come on back onto your back, please. And scoot to the middle of the bed. Thank you. I do not want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to her face with soiled gloves, but I need my soiled gloves to take care of all of my dirty linens. Ms. Jones, I'll be right back. These items are going to go into dirty linen. Now I'm going to go clean the basin. I'll empty the basin and rinse it, and then pick it up with a paper towel. I'll dry the inside with one paper towel and throw it away, and then dry the outside with a paper towel and throw that away. And I'll get one for the drawer. I'll collect the soap and the lotion, placing them in the basin, and return the basin to its drawer for storage. Paper towels can be thrown away. This barrier is going to be discarded. And now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to remove your privacy blanket now and pull your sheet back up. Are you comfortable? Good. We're going to roll the privacy blanket in a ball so that the trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. This will be placed in dirty linen. Okay, Ms. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here, such as a magazine? No? Okay, here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. I'm going to open the privacy curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions on that? Let me unmute you here. Any questions? Questions on partial bed bath? It's not a hard skill. It's actually probably one of the easier skills because you know all of the steps to it. There's nothing new to learn here. It's just a long skill. It is the longest skill that we have. So it is a long skill.
Sorry. I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. What about if I use 5 washcloths? Because one of them you use it twice.
You can. I try to teach you to use 4 because in a lot of settings, your washcloths are going to be limited. It's not uncommon to go to work at a hospital or a nursing home or a rehab. You go over to the supply shelf and there's only 30 washcloths and that's it. For all patients, all shift. That's all you got. So I try to teach you how to do this with the fewest amount of supplies possible because that's the reality that you're going to be living in, you know, when you go to a clinical setting. For the test, if you use 5 washcloths, that's fine. There's no problem with that. You can do that. But if you try to take 10 washcloths, they're going to tell you, no, you don't need that many. So the easiest way to do it is, you know, just to remember 2 and 4. 2 for anything small, 4 for everything else. And that kind of covers all your bases. So you don't really have to think about washcloths too much. If you want to take 5, that's okay. Just don't take any more than 5. They won't let you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any others?
When you use that privacy blanket, so only in the clinical setting that you'll leave that privacy blanket on. Just for the test, will you actually be able to remove that privacy blanket, right?
Well, no, in a clinical setting, you don't need to leave the privacy blanket on either unless the patient requests it. Now, if they're cold and they want to keep the privacy blanket, that's fine, they can. But in most places, you won't leave the blanket on the patient. You will remove it.
Like when you're dressing them and bathing them.
Oh, yes, yes. You will keep the privacy blanket on for privacy.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
I'm going to mute you guys real quick. Hold on. Sorry. You will keep that privacy blanket in place while you're cleaning, you know, while you're washing or rinsing, while you're dressing. And yes, for the test, they will ask you to remove it because they need to evaluate what you're actually doing underneath it. So yes, good, very, very good observation there. Okay. Yes, Emma.
For a clinical setting, is it possible they can ask the CNA in the care plan to do a partial bath and perennial care at the same time?
Absolutely. And in most places, you probably will be combining those two skills. Yes. Because if you're already there, you've already got the water, you've already got the patient prepped, you've already got, you're opening out of the way. It's just easier to go in and do everything kind of head to toe because you're already there. You just get, enough washcloths to make that happen. But for the test, that would, if you had to do everything, right? If they just gave you a patient and said, clean them, and you had to do everything, man, that's like a 30-minute skill. So what they did, that's too long for the test, way too long. They don't need to see all that. If they watch you do a partial bed bath, they know you understand privacy. They know you understand washing, rinsing, and drying. They know you understand that if you get water, you check it, they check it. They know you understand how to use the leaves method for any wet body openings. So you've demonstrated all of that just on this part of the body. We don't need to see it somewhere else too. Because we know you've got the rules. You can adapt those rules to anywhere on the body. We know you've got it. So they shorten it down. They don't have you do partial bed bath and peri-care, or partial bed bath and catheter care, or catheter care and foot care. It's not necessary, because remember, for the test, they're looking to see, do you understand the principles? If you can demonstrate the principles, they know you've got them. They don't need to see it on another skill. But in a clinical setting, you're going to do whatever that patient requires. So if the patient requires a full bath, then you would combine all of those skills together to do a full bath. So in a clinical setting, what you do is going to be dictated by what the patient needs at that moment. For the test, they just take little bits and pieces of those things out for you to demonstrate, for them to see, did you get the principles? Okay,
Right.
does that help?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a break. You've got a 5-minute break. Let's come back at 10:25. I'll give you 7 minutes. Come back at 10:25.
Hey, I have a question real quick.
Yes.
When you were giving that back rub, you said that it gives circulation when you were
Right.
giving. Do we need to say that?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm just telling you why we're giving a back rub. Yeah, back rubs just make people feel better too.
Yeah.
Were you ever sick as a kid and mom came along, just kind of lightly rubbed your back? It always makes you feel better. And that's one of the reasons that we're doing this too, is we tend to think in way too clinical ideology, right? But we can't get so wrapped up in clinical that we forget the importance of human touch. And that's
Yeah.
kind of what this is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's go ahead and take your break. Okay. Go ahead and get started. All right, guys, the next skill that we're going to do is making an occupied bed. This is on page 100 of your skills book if you want to play along. So page 100. And this skill is going to have to do with linen rolls. So this is my linen rolls banner right here. You can see up on the wall. And we already know these, but let's review them really quickly. Linens must not touch your uniform. That's kind of an important one. Remember, once you start working, your uniform is not considered clean. So when you're getting clean linens, you don't want to hold them right up next to your uniform because that can contaminate those linens. You have to have clean hands to get your clean linens. Well, that means that we're going to do our whole opening, close our curtain, go wash our hands, get our barrier, and then go get the clean linens, because you don't want to just walk over with dirty hands and take the linens from the shelf, because whatever's on your hands will then be right up on, right on that bed where that patient's going to be laying, and we don't want to expose them to anything that we may have on our hands. We also don't want to shake or snap the linens, and that's just to prevent aerosolizing anything that might be on that bed. So this would be skin cells, yeast, bacteria, anything that the patient might have shed into the bed. So don't snap or shake the linens to bring all of that right up where you could breathe it in. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. We talked about this on a couple of different skills, but this is actually the skill it was made for, that saying was made for. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. What we're going to do here is make the bed a half at a time. We're going to make one side of the bed, turn the patient over, go to the other side, and make the other side of the bed. So clean is the clean linens will roll toward you, the dirty linens will roll away. So we're going to tuck those dirty linens underneath the patient, roll the clean one toward us, tuck it underneath the dirty, move the patient to the clean side of the bed, remove the dirty sheet, and unroll the clean. So this is another version, a bigger version of what you saw with pericare, with changing that pad out from under the patient. So you already kind of have an idea of how this is going to be done. And then don't let the clean or dirty uniform or dirty linens touch the floor. We already know not to let clean uniforms, or can't talk today, clean linens touch our uniform, but we also don't want clean or dirty to touch the floor. Now, luckily for us, during the test, you're actually going to have a linen basket right at the base of the bed. So the end of the bed, or right up next to the bed, somewhere in that vicinity, you're going to have a laundry basket or dirty linen hamper, somewhere to put the linens. And that makes it super easy for the test because you've got a very convenient place to put everything. But in a clinical setting, it's not like that. We don't keep dirty things in the patient room. So you're not going to have a laundry basket or a linen cart or anything like that where you can put dirty things right away. So the test is going to make this easy for us, but it's not really that easy in a clinical setting. When you're changing beds in a clinical setting, you want to make sure that you have a place, you want to think ahead. So you want to make sure you have a place to put those dirty linens. What a lot of people do is they just throw them on the floor just like you do at home, and you can't do that in a clinical setting. Remember, these people are sick enough to not be home. We don't want those germs on the floor where we're going to walk through them and track them all over the place and home with you on your shoes at the end of the day. So you have to think ahead. If you know you're going to be removing dirty things from the bed, where are you going to put them? So you want to take a bag in. Now, if you go to your soiled utility room, you'll see the soiled linen bags. So you want to take one off the roll, take it back to the room with you. And this bag, you can open up and put it on the floor, and then your linens will go into the bag. Now, if you don't have a bag, you can use a chucks. Put a chucks on the floor. Just something to prevent direct contact from those dirty sheets touching the floor. The bag is best. but if you can't find a bag, you can use a chucks. The biggest thing is, remember, in a clinical setting, you don't put things directly on the floor. Now, one of the other things with this, when you're changing sheets, be very careful to look for anything that might be in that bed. So you want to look for dentures or hearing aids or cell phones or remote controls, pens, anything that might have fallen beside the patient. If you wrap those up in the sheets and you put them in a bag and that bag goes to the laundry center, the laundry people do not take these sheets out and shake them out to see if there's anything in them. In fact, those bags in most settings go right into the washer with the laundry in them. So we don't even take the stuff out of the bags to put in the washer. The bag itself will be put in the washer. You guys know those little like Gain Flings and Tide Pods, right? The little packets of laundry detergent that are really popular right now. Well, you know how it's plastic, but when you put it in, it dissolves in water. We've been doing that in a clinical setting for years. Those blue bags that you get that say soiled linen on them, that's actually just like a giant Tide Pod. That bag itself has laundry detergent in it. And the bag is designed, once it gets wet, to completely dissolve. So when you put linens in that bag, that whole thing is going to go right into the washing machine and then into the dryer in a laundry facility. So if there's hearing aids in those sheets, they're going to get washed. If there's dentures in the sheets, if there's cell phones, if there's remote controls, pens, you can ruin a complete load of linens by having a felt tip pen in that sheet. So it's really important that we look as we're rolling these sheets up for any foreign objects, because nobody else is going to check. So when you're rolling, remember, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So when you're rolling these sheets toward the patient, take a moment to really look to see all along the edge of the patient when you're tucking it in that there's nothing there that might get potentially ruined by going through the washer. And believe me, dentures are never the same after they've been in the dryer. Hearing aids will be absolutely wrecked in a washing machine. So we have to be super careful. These are really expensive items. And if you ruin it, your facility has to reimburse the patient for that. That means that you're probably not going to get a raise anytime soon if the facility is having to shell out thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to replace the appliances because CNAs are negligent when they're changing sheets. So keep a close eye out for that. So going back to here real quick, remember that unused items or unused linens must be discarded. So if you take too many in and you don't use them all, those clean items still have to go in dirty linen when you're done. You can't leave unused items just laying around in a patient environment. So use it or lose it. So those are our linen rules. So we've already heard all of those along the way. I just wanted to recap those for you because that's what this skill is really going to be about. Of course, anytime a patient's uncovered or undressed, we're going to use a privacy blanket. Openings and closings are always, always, always used for every skill. But I want to talk to you a little bit about gloves because this kind of trips students up pretty bad during the test. For the test, let me re-stress that, for the test, your patient is another testing student. So you might be the patient for this skill during the test, which means you're just going to lay in bed. Somebody's going to change the sheets around you. But your patient is fully clothed and holding on to all of their own body fluids. So we're not touching any body fluids, nothing ooey gooey that's not ours. We're not touching any personal skin because the patient's fully clothed. We're not touching any non-intact skin. So from the glove rule standpoint, gloves are not required for the test. So for the test, you can do the skill without gloves. They're not required. They don't meet the glove rules. So doing the skill without gloves is perfectly acceptable. And the skill is way easier if you do it without gloves. Perfectly okay. But a lot of people get confused on this because they're like, well, the patient's in bed. Wouldn't there be a potential for body fluids? Well, yes. In a clinical setting, a real life clinical setting, if you've got a patient that's stuck in bed, yeah, they may be leaking something from time to time. So in a real life clinical setting, I would wear gloves doing this skill because I don't know what's under the patient, right? Because there's that element of unknown. There's a possibility that there might be something ooey gooey there that I don't know about. So in a clinical setting, I would wear gloves for this skill. But for the test, they're going to make it just a tad bit easier on you because it really is easier to roll linens without gloves on. Okay, so take the gift they give you for the test and know that in a clinical setting, for the most part, you're probably going to need gloves for this because you don't know what's under the patient. So kind of keep that in mind as you're going through this skill. Now, one of the other things with this skill that kind of messes up people is that you're not going to be changing sheets with a person in the bed unless you absolutely have to. If that patient can get out of bed, we're going to wait until they're out of bed before we change the sheets. So this isn't something that you're going to be doing on a routine basis. Most people that are bedbound, even those that are completely immobile, in most settings, we get them out of bed at least once a week onto a shower stretcher. It looks like, think of like a lounge chair with wheels on it. Okay, so it's got like the netting, the mesh that somebody would lay on, but it has wheels on it. It's made out of PVC. It goes right into the shower room where the patient can get fully bathed. So even patients that are immobile often are out of bed at least once a week going to the shower room on these shower stretchers. So if the patient is out of bed, that's a prime time to be able to change those sheets without having to, turn the patient constantly. And remember, even though you're doing the work, this is a lot of stress on the patient. So we have to be careful to limit the amount of activity that we have the patient do as well in some cases. So anytime you see a bed that's empty, if the patient's out of bed at an appointment, if they're getting a test done, if they're in the activity room, if they're down at meals, if they're in the shower, if there is an empty bed, you should automatically consider, do those sheets need to be changed? Because I can change an unoccupied bed in about 2 minutes. An occupied bed is going to take me about 8. So if you can save yourself a little bit of time and you can save your patient a little bit of extra inconvenience, it's best to change the sheets if nobody's in the bed. But there are times that through situations out of our control, those sheets may need to be changed and the patient is still in bed. So let me give you a real world example of this that's relevant right now. Let's say we have somebody with COVID and they can't breathe and everything is a struggle and they're really, really having a horrible time, but they also have a fever. And they're running 102, 103. And if you've ever had a fever, you know that at times it gives you the sweats. So this patient is just sweating profusely and the sheets are soaked, dripping wet, and the patient is uncomfortable, but they can't really get out of bed because they are so weak. They have no energy and everything hurts and it's hard to breathe. Just getting a breath in is a monumental struggle. That patient cannot get out of bed. So, but the sheets are wet. So we're going to have to change them. We got to get the patient comfortable. So in this case, making an occupied bed would be appropriate. Okay. But we want to do it in a way that really limits the amount of activity for that patient. So you want to do it quickly. but you want to do it with the minimum amount of movement necessary for that patient. So does that kind of make sense to everybody? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, but I have a question, please.
Yes.
Okay, you were saying something about it's better if the bed is not occupied and maybe the patient is not in and you feel it's nice for you to make the bed before the patient come in. You know, one, you do not seek any permission before you do that. Secondly, if the patient meets you while you're doing that, will it not be like you're invading the person's privacy without permission?
Well, okay, so I'm going to meet you guys here. I'm going to answer that in a couple of different ways, okay? The first is that as a CNA, you are responsible for the cleanliness of the area that the patient is inhabiting. So their little area, you're responsible for the cleanliness, and that would include bed linen changes. Okay, so you're going to, the care plan will say, you know, change linens every 3 days and as needed. Or change linens once a week and as needed. Well, this would fall under the as needed portion. Okay, so you're going to get to decide how often those linens need to be changed. When the patient is out of the room and you see that bed and you know, you're like, well, you know, those could probably stand to be freshened up, and you don't need anybody's permission to change those sheets. You're working in the best interest of the patient at that point. So you don't need anybody's permission to do that. Now, what if the patient needs you while you're changing the sheets? Well, if you remember, I said I can make an unoccupied bed in about 2 minutes. So you can't put off doing skills in the what if somebody needs me while I'm doing this mindset. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't get anything done. We wouldn't help this patient with a bed bath. We wouldn't help that one to the toilet because we're afraid that somebody might need us in that time frame. So you're going to do your skills as you need to. And then when a call light goes off, you're going to get to it just as quickly as you can. Okay. One of the things that some facilities have moved to, and I really, really like this, this model. It's not in every facility, but I really like this model, is that everybody has a section of patients assigned to them, and then there's one CNA that is the call light CNA. So this person is responsible for, if the call light goes off, to go see what's going on with the patient. They're going to be the ones that are filling the water pitchers. They're going to be the ones that are making sure the linen cart is stocked. So it kind of frees up the CNAs that have specific patient assignments, and that can be very, very helpful. Now, other facilities have a completely different model. You're responsible for the call lights in the section that you're in because you know those patients best. Both of those models work very well, but it really kind of depends on how needy your patients are as to how well those particular models work. But we can't put off giving care in case somebody might need some other care along the way. So that, I hope that kind of answered your question. Yes, you are allowed to change linens without being told to, or without getting permission. And if you need to, do it quickly, but don't put off care because somebody else might need you. So I hope that helped. Did that help you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let me show you the care plan for this. Let me pull this up here. This is going to be on page 100 of your skills book. So if you look at the care plan, it says to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. The resident can roll and move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. But then it goes on to say that you do not need a bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad. And that does make this a little bit easier. So you're simply changing the bottom sheet, the top sheet, and the pillowcase. That's it. They're really going to make this easy on us for the test. But in a clinical setting, it's probably not going to be that easy. You may need a draw sheet on the bed to help maneuver the patient. That's just a flat sheet folded in half under the main part of the body. So between the shoulders and the mid-thigh, that sheet is going to lay on the bed. And in fact, if you look on page 101 of your skills book, let me pull this up here real quick. If you look on page 101 of your skills book, right here, you can see how we would put on a draw sheet and a chucks when we're changing the sheet. So it's actually going to be put on while we're doing the bottom sheet. We would simply put those items on top of the bottom sheet that we've put on the bed, and we're going to roll everything together toward us and tuck it under the patient. So draw sheets and chucks under the patient can be done at the same time. It doesn't really take any extra time. A bedspread on top is going to be done at the same time as your top sheet, so tucked in at the same time. So again, it doesn't require a lot of extra time, but for the test, they're not going to require any of that. Okay. Now at the end of this skill, you're going to see me, after I put the top sheet on the patient, you're going to see me kind of loosen that top sheet over the toes. Believe it or not, that's actually a pretty important step, because when we tuck that sheet in and we make hospital corners, it really makes the bottom of the bed, that sheet, it really makes it tight. And that's going to push down on the patient's toes. Now, when you and me, it's not going to be much of an issue because we're going to stretch and move our feet and you know, kind of loosen it up, and it won't really affect us at all. But if your patient doesn't have good mobility, that constant pressing down of the sheet can actually bend the foot forward, just like this. It's called foot drop. So we want to prevent that. To prevent that, we're going to loosen up the bottom of the sheet over the toes so that the feet can remain upright. So you're going to see me do that in the skill. Okay. So any questions before, let me unmute you. Any questions before I show you the video? If you have a question, unmute yourself. No? No questions? Okay, hold on one second. Do they have the plastic bed protectors on the bed? And if they do they need to be wiped down, sanitized during linen changes? Okay, great question. And the answer is most healthcare mattresses are not fabric. They're not the same material as what your home mattress is. Most mattresses themselves in healthcare are a vinyl cover. They're waterproof. So in a clinical setting, there's no mattress cover per se. The mattress itself is made out of a waterproof material. Now, will you have to wipe it down or not? That really depends on the particular situation that you're in. But if you do, if you need to wipe it down, when you get the patient on their side, and I'll explain this a little bit more after you watch the video and make more sense. When you get the patient on their side and dirty rolls away, so you roll that dirty linen away from you and tuck it under the patient, now you've got an exposed mattress. So before you put that clean sheet on that mattress, you would spray it down with cleaner and wipe it off with whatever your facility is using. Some facilities will use germicidal wipes, no spray, just a wipe to wipe it down. Others will use a disinfectant spray and a rag. Every facility is a little bit different. I can't give you one answer that's going to cover everything. So you're going to go by your facility policy. But once you get that dirty linen rolled toward the patient and tucked under them, so you've got a uncovered mattress, that you're facing. Before you put the clean sheet on, that's when you would clean the mattress. Then apply your clean sheet. Don't apply a clean sheet on a wet mattress, though. You either need to give it a few seconds to dry, or if it's really wet, take a towel and wipe it down. Don't put the sheet on a wet mattress, because that just makes the sheet wet, and that really kind of defeats the whole purpose of why we're changing the sheet. So make sure that mattress is dry before you put the clean sheet on. But you don't need any of that for the test. The test is just testing your knowledge of how to do this safely. They want to make sure that you do understand that clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. They want to make sure that you understand that when you're turning the patient, they've got to scoot towards you first so that after the turn, they're in the middle of the bed and they're not in danger of falling on the floor. Those are the things that they're looking at for this particular skill. So they're not going to overcomplicate it with additional steps. But that's a very, very good question.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me go ahead and turn this on for you. We'll watch this video.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll start out with a barrier. I'm going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you. This will help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this skill, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spread this out. Can you hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove the sheet from the bed. We'll place the sheet in dirty linen. Mr. Jones, can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll up so that you're on your side facing in that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the two corners of the sheet from this side of the bed. And I'm going to roll the soiled sheet in toward the patient tightly. I'm going to tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of his body. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it, spread it out on the mattress, and attach the corners. Now I'll roll the clean sheet toward me. We'll roll it so that it's tight with no wrinkles as we tuck it under the soiled sheet. Okay, Mr. Jones, come on back onto your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? And can you roll so that you're laying on your side facing away from me? Thank you. I'll now remove the sheet from the bed that was soiled, wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen. Now I'll unroll the clean sheet and secure the corners on the mattress. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now going to place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that bath blanket now. We'll roll it in a ball and place it in dirty linen. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make hospital corners by lifting the top edge of the sheet about a foot from the end of the mattress, straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toes so he has some wiggle room. There, how's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it right back. I'll remove the pillowcase. Being careful not to allow it to touch my uniform, and lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in dirty linen. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides down. I'll now place the pillow under his head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions? Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Say, for instance, like you're in your clinical setting and that patient says, hey, I want to keep this blanket on. You know, the privacy.
No problem. Yeah. And most clinical settings are cold to patients. You know, we don't feel it as cold. And, you know, a lot of CNAs or a lot of healthcare workers will tell you, oh my gosh, this place is freezing. Well, it's even more freezing for the patient. But we won't feel the cold as acutely as the patient is because we're active and we're fully dressed. So yeah, if they want to keep that blanket, no problem. But I would certainly let the nurse know.
Okay.
And the reason that we want to let the nurse know is because sometimes feeling cold may indicate a change in internal temperature of the patient. So it's something that the nurse needs to check out.
Okay. So you wouldn't need to move that to the top of the sheet then at that point so that it could be taken off at a later time. Just leave it.
No,
where
you can leave it on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfectly okay. Yep. Any other questions? If the patient is cold, chances are, though, I'm going to give them a bedspread. I'll put a bedspread, which is a little bit heavier blanket. It's going to stay on the bed a little bit better. And I would try, me personally, I'm going to try to take that privacy blanket away and give them something that's going to help more long-term solution to that problem. But, you know, if they are insisting, those privacy blankets, if you are lucky enough to have a blanket warmer on your unit, those warm blankets that are in the blanket, there is nothing better than a warmed up, soft, cuddly, washed a million times blanket. If that patient wants to keep that warm, cuddly, washed a million times soft privacy blanket, that's fine. It makes them feel better. So that's fine. You'll actually see staff members. One of the units that I used to work on had a blanket warmer, and I think more staff used the warm blankets than the patients did. So you'll see staff members kind of walking around with these warm, cuddly blankets on, because it's like a big hug, you know. They're just soft, and they've been washed so many times that they're like receiving blanket soft. So they're awesome. It's like a big hug. All right. So any other questions? Any other questions? Everybody good to keep going? All right, so we're going to move on now to transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair. So this is on page 50 of your skills book. In order for you to understand this, I'm going to bring the wheelchair around. I'm going to move the camera down so that you can see. So give me just a second to get that set up. Okay, so we're going to turn this around here. Okay, so the first thing that I have to teach you is Wheelchair 101. So we're going to learn about how wheelchairs work. In order to understand this skill. So this is a wheelchair. Now wheelchairs are usually kept in the folded position like this, where they're scrunched up, so it gives you, they take up less space. In order to open the wheelchair, you lift up on these handles here and you just pull them apart and the wheelchair will open up, just like that. There's no buttons to push, no levers to pull, nothing like that. To fold a wheelchair up to the small position, you lift up on the center of the seat and the two halves will go back together. Now, some wheelchairs will only open up about this much when you pull the handles apart. So you may have to push down on these bars to get it to open up the rest of the way. But the problem is, don't put your fingers down here because they can get pinched. Always keep your fingers up high on the seat when you're pushing that down. Now, wheelchairs are higher than normal sitting chairs. Let me show you what I mean. We do this on purpose. So let me move this over so you can see. As you can see, this chair, the seat of it is way lower than this chair. And we do that on purpose. The whole purpose of that is because wheelchairs make the patient mobile. We're going to push the patient to go somewhere. If the patient is in a low wheelchair, that means their feet are going to be flat on the floor, just like they are when you're sitting in a chair. Because the whole purpose is to make the patient mobile, we don't want their feet on the floor, so we make the seat of the chair higher. Well, what that does is makes the legs dangle, though, and dangling legs are no good for patients. This edge of the seat is going to press up on the inside of the backs of the knees. And that can restrict circulation from going from the legs back to the heart. So you can end up with swelling, the potential for blood clots, and some other problems. So having a patient's legs dangle when they're sitting in a wheelchair is no good. To prevent that dangling issue, we have foot pedals. So these are leg supports. They simply swing into place. And then the foot pedals, let me back up here so you can see, the foot pedals fold down to support the patient's feet. So when you have a patient in a wheelchair, you need to make sure that the leg braces are in the front position and the foot pedals are down to support their feet. But if you've got the leg braces and the foot pedals down in this position, you can't get a patient into the wheelchair or out of the wheelchair because this is in your way. This is a tripping hazard. So the very first thing that you have to do is fold these up and get these leg braces out of the way. To do that, now there is a little catch or a little lever that you have to pull to make, because these are like snapped in position, they're locked in. Right back here on the very back of this leg brace. Let me turn this so you can see it. So right here on the back, if you move that lever forward, it'll swing out to the side. So I don't know if you can see that. If you bring this back, it snaps in place. To release it, you just move that lever. Okay, so here I'll move this lever as well. Now, anytime a wheelchair is parked somewhere, anytime that it's got a patient in it, we have to make sure the wheels are locked. We're also going to make sure the wheels are locked when a patient is transferred into or out of the wheelchair, just so it doesn't move while we're transferring the patient. But if, I'm so sorry, can you guys see me? Yeah, you can, okay. So if, I didn't hear anybody. If the patient is in the wheelchair, we also have to make sure the wheelchair is locked, because otherwise that wheelchair can actually roll because the floor is uneven. Most floors are not perfectly level. And if you have a wheelchair with a patient in it, it can actually, it can roll, and that patient's weight is going to give momentum as this wheelchair is rolling away. So to lock a wheelchair, you've got these levers right here. I don't know if you can see this. This lever, push it forward to unlock, push it back to lock. And you've got one of these on both sides. Let me turn this around so you can see this one as well. This lever, if you pull it back, it locks. Not all wheelchair locks work the same way. Some of them you have to push forward to lock. So wherever you go, you need to learn how to work the wheelchair that's in that facility. But the biggest thing to remember is that if the wheelchair has a patient in it, it really should be in the locked position. But this is a good habit to get into even when no one is in the wheelchair. Because if you have a wheelchair that's on an unlevel surface and it's not locked, it can still, even though it's empty, it can still run into another patient. So anytime you walk away from a wheelchair, it's a good idea that it's locked. But it must be locked, has to be locked if there's a patient in it. Okay. Let me bring this back around. All right, so any questions on how the wheelchair works? Any questions on that? Everybody good? Okay, hypothetically, if you forget or get confused in the middle of the exam on how the equipment works, like the wheelchair or the bed, can we ask for help? Yes. Absolutely, you can. So they don't expect you to know how the wheelchair works in that facility. And if you remember on day one, I told you that when you go into the testing center, it's you, another testing student, and 2 evaluators in Florida. And they have to show you around and how everything works. Well, if one of you has this skill transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair, they're also going to show you how the wheelchair works at the testing center. But even halfway through a skill, let's say you get, to the point you're getting ready to transfer the patient into the wheelchair, but you can't figure out how to lock it, you can ask the evaluators, how does this particular model lock? Perfectly okay. And it's a much better thing to do to ask and get clarification and make sure that it's locked rather than trying to transfer a patient into an unlocked wheelchair, because that it would be an automatic fail. Okay, if the wheelchair is not locked, when you lift that patient up, it's an automatic fail, because if you try to sit a patient down into an unlocked wheelchair, it will roll away, which means the person you're doing this skill on has the potential for injury. So make sure that you lock it. But you can ask if you don't know how. All right, so this skill, let's go ahead and pull up. You see here, I got to get the right one here. Let's pull up page 50, I believe. Yep, page 50 in your skills book. Let's look at the care plan, because we always go by the care plan. This care plan tells us to transfer the resident from the bed into the wheelchair. The resident is, now this is super important, unable to walk or take steps. So they're actually going to be looking at this. When you stand that patient up and you pivot them to sit down in the wheelchair, if you don't have that wheelchair close enough, if you can't sit them right into the wheelchair, if that person that's playing the patient has to take a step unconsciously, you did not go by the care plan. So when you're doing this skill, you have to make absolutely sure that that wheelchair is close enough that when you stand the patient up and pivot them, you can sit them right down into the wheelchair. Now, before you actually sit them, you want to make sure that they can feel that wheelchair behind them. So I always kind of prepare my patient first. I say something like, I'm going to stand you up and pivot you around. When you feel that chair behind your knees, say yes. Or I might say sit, or say now. But you need the patient to cue you that they feel that wheelchair. Because if you try to sit somebody down in a chair and the patient doesn't know for sure that the chair is there, they will unconsciously stiffen up because they're afraid of being dropped. So the patient really has to somehow verbally tell you that they know that chair is there. So when I stand you up and pivot you, when you feel that chair behind your legs, say sit, and then you can sit them down. It says that the patient can stand with support, so you are not supporting this patient's full weight. This patient should not be dead weight on the test. A lot of questions I get are, well, what happens if the patient is bigger than I can safely handle? What happens if I'm supposed to transfer somebody that's too big for me? In a clinical setting, if you are afraid that you are assigned to move a patient that's much bigger than you are, that you don't feel safe, let the nurse know. But believe it or not, you can handle a whole lot more than you think you can with the right tools. If you've got a gait belt and you're using proper body mechanics and the wheelchair is close enough, you can actually move somebody twice your body weight with very little stress on you or them. You just have to make sure you're doing it properly. But if you don't feel safe, you have to let the nurse know. Now, if you remember, I'm going to stop this real quick so I can talk to you guys. If you remember, on the first day, I told you that the evaluators are going to check you in, and then they're going to go away for like 20 or 30 minutes. You're going to be wondering, what in the world are they doing? And I told you they're going to be pairing you up with somebody else for the test, that somebody else is going to be your patient. You'll be their patient. Well, this is one of the things that they're looking at. If I've got somebody who weighs 100 pounds soaking wet and is this tall, and they have this skill, transfer a patient out of bed into a wheelchair, I am not going to put them with the 400-pound, 6'6" individual that I have that's also testing. That is not a good matchup. So for the test, they're going to try to find somebody as close to your body size or smaller as possible. So, but they're also looking at some other things when you get checked in. They're looking at your teeth. If you have a lot of missing teeth, if you seem to be talking funny because you've got an abscess, they're not going to use you for mouth care or denture care. If you come in with a cast on your foot, they're certainly not going to use you for foot care. If you have a swollen ankle, they're not going to use you for ambulate with a gait belt or transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair. If you're, they look at you and they look at the skills other people have that are there to test, and they want to evaluate, are you a good fit for one of these people, for the skills that they have to do? And there's a lot of things that they take into account for that, but their whole goal is to not set you as a patient up for injury or you as the tester up for failure. They're very, very aware of that. So they're not, remember that this has to be minimal skills competency. You are not, this is not an advanced test. You're not showing, hey, look at me, I'm a master of everything, I've got it down cold. That's not what this is. This is entry level testing. So you're not proving that you're a master at anything. You're just proving that you have the minimum amount of skills to be safe in a clinical environment. So they're going to try to find somebody that's a little bit smaller than you, if possible, or about your size, to be able to transfer into a wheelchair appropriately. So for this skill, you are not going to be bearing the full weight of anybody. It says they can stand with assist. So let me pull that back up real quick here. Let's go over a couple other things. It says a gait belt is required to transfer the resident, and the resident will stay in the room after the transfer. So if we go, if we go down here, you can see that this is going to be done on a live student, and the patient will be in bed at the beginning of the skill. But the whole skill is to take them out of bed and put them into a wheelchair. This is going to take somebody with your level of experience about 11 minutes. It's not a long skill. The longest part of this is getting the patient ready for the transfer. So you've got to, the patient's laying in bed. You've got to get them sitting on the side of the bed, and then you've got to get shoes on them, because if they're in bed, they're clearly not wearing shoes. Nobody's wearing full shoes while they're laying in bed. So you've got to get them sitting on the side of the bed, and then you've got to get shoes on their feet, and then put a gait belt on them before you can ever transfer them. So the majority of this skill is not the transfer, it's the preparation for transfer. That's what's going to take the most amount of time. The transfer itself is actually very, very quick. Up, over, can you feel the chair? Sit. Then we remove the gait belt, get the leg rest pulled forward, the foot pedals down in the supported position, get the feet on the foot pedals, and then get them in position where they can reach a call light. So the end of the skill actually goes pretty quick. It's all the prep that you have to do beforehand that's going to take the most amount of time. Okay, so any questions on that? Oh, okay, somebody says, do you lock both sides at all times? Yes, you should. Anytime that the wheelchair has a patient in it, yes, both sides should be locked. But even if the wheelchair is unoccupied, it really should be locked as well, both sides. A question I get asked a lot on this is, isn't it a restraint? And the answer is no, it is not a restraint. If your patient can self-propel, they can unlock the wheelchair, go anywhere they want to. It is not a restraint. A restraint would be if we tied the wheelchair to one of those bars on the wall to keep the patient from moving. That would be a restraint. Or if we use the gait belt to tie the patient into the wheelchair, that would be a restraint. Locks on a wheelchair are not a restraint. The patient can unlock, go anywhere they want to. It does not affect their mobility. If they can't self-propel, well, then we definitely don't want it unlocked, because if they can't self-propel, that means they can't stop it if that wheelchair starts to roll away, right? So it's safety. Safety is really important with this. So it's not a restraint. That wheelchair must be locked when you walk away from it, both sides preferably, because otherwise the wheelchair can just spin. And if there's a wall there, if there's a water cooler there, if there's another patient there, somebody can end up injured. Somebody else says, I have knee issues. Could I tell them that I can't really bend to do foot care? You can. During the test, when you get checked in, they're going to ask you, do you have any health problems that would prevent you from being a patient for any of the skills today? Now, if you've got knee problems, you don't bend really well, you can certainly bring that up. But if the evaluators do not pick your skills, you need to understand that. Those skills are picked by the computer when you register. Your skills are already set. When you register for the test, your skills are set by the computer then. Those evaluators have no leeway, and you have to be able to perform all of the skills in order to be an effective nursing assistant. So you can tell them, I have knee problems, I don't get up off the floor very easily, but they're not going to, they can't change your skill. If you get foot care, you get foot care. You have to be able to do it. In a clinical setting, you're probably going to, let your nurse know, hey, I don't get up off the floor real well. Any foot care, can I do somebody else's peri-care for them to do my foot care? Something like that. We tend to work in teams. We all have strengths. We all have weaknesses. But they're not gonna change your skills because of that. Okay. Does that help, Debbie? I hope that helps. Is it good? Okay. I see you, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry. All right, so let me show you this one. Pay attention to this. Debbie, if you have any other questions, just type them in so I can read them. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so for this skill, pay attention to how, now this is really important, how I swing the patient around so they're sitting on the side of the bed. Everybody gets this wrong. You can do this. You can do this way better than you think you can. Everybody kind of freaks out about this. I can't do that. Yes, you can. You've got plenty of upper body strength. It's not about strength. This is going to use torque and momentum if you do it right. But when I do this, you're actually going to see me do this on a guy that's about this tall, way bigger, way taller than I am, and I can do it just fine. You're going to put one arm under their shoulders all the way across. You want to grab that furthest shoulder, not just a little ways under their back, all the way across. So you're getting up close and personal with this person. All the way across, grab their furthest shoulder underneath. But this arm is going to go over their knees. Now, this is where everybody gets messed up. Everybody gets under the shoulder, but most people try to go under the knees, and that doesn't work because now you're trying to pull and push at the same time, and that can stress your back out really badly. So you don't want to go under the knees. The secret to this pivot is under the shoulders and over the knees, and then it's just a smooth turn. So you want to practice that. You'll see me do it on the test. You want to get the patient to scoot towards you so they're sitting closer on the edge of the bed. Pivot them around, then put their shoes on, put the gait belt on. If you want to put the head of the bed up first before you pivot them, that's fine, because that way you're not lifting their top half. I actually find it's easier if you keep the bed flat, and you can try it both ways, but if you keep the bed flat and just pivot, because now you're using momentum to move their bottom half. You're using the momentum of their shoulders while you're moving their legs. So if you keep them flat, you can use momentum. If you want to put the head of the bed up because you don't have a lot of strength, that's fine. You can try it that way too. Either way is okay for the test. But I think you'll probably find it a little bit easier actually if you do it from a laying position, but give it a try both ways. Let me show you this one. Like I said, it's not a hard skill, but it does take a little bit of practice with that pivot.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to get you up and into a wheelchair. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get your supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to pivot you around so you're sitting on the edge of the bed. I'll need you to scoot toward me first, if you would, please. Okay. And I'm going to ask you to cross your arms over your chest. I'm going to put one arm behind your shoulders. Maintain a wide stance and put the other arm over your knee. And on the count of 3, I'm going to pivot you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. Can you sit up straight for me, please?
Yes.
Are you dizzy at all?
No.
Okay. I'm going to assist you in putting your shoes on. Are your feet securely in your shoes?
Yes.
And are your feet flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get a gait belt. I'm going to place this gait belt around your waist, and this is going to help me lift you and pivot you into the wheelchair, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to place this around your waist. Go ahead and raise your arms, and then you can relax. We'll make sure that there's 4 fingers between the gait belt and the patient, and then lock it into place in the second card. Let me get the wheelchair. I'm going to position the wheelchair next to the bed so it's at a slight angle, almost touching the patient, and we'll lock it into place. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you bring your feet together and slightly back? Thank you. I'm going to ask you to put your hands on my shoulders. On the count of 3, I'm going to lift you, pivot, and sit you down in the wheelchair, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and put your hands up here. And on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Make sure you pause here and they feel the wheelchair. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
You don't see that on the So video. remove the gait belt. Can you lift your arm, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to unlock the wheelchair and swing you around. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to lock the wheelchair in place. And then I'll position the leg rests and foot pedals to support your legs. You're going to lift your foot. I'm going to lift your foot. There you go. Okay, Mr. Jones, here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Can I get you any reading material?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your privacy curtain and wash my hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
After washing my hands, I'll think about all the steps in my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right. So the one thing that I did not do in the video that I want to re-stress to you is, because this is an older video, this is from 2016. When you stand the patient up and pivot them, they've got to be able to feel that wheelchair behind them before you sit them down. So make sure you pivot and pause for them to feel that wheelchair. Once they let you know that it's there, then you can sit them down. So that's kind of an important point that you don't see on that video. I'm actually in the process of retaping the videos for the future, but I just wanted to make sure that you remember, even though that's not on the video, that is an important checkpoint. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
I quite don't understand how you position your arms around close to their shoulder. It kind of looks like you're straining your back when you lift them up. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, you want a wide base of support. So my legs are wide apart. I'm bending at the knees. Okay, so I'm bending here, not here. You will see me, because I have to reach across the patient, you will see me bend forward a little bit, but you want the legs to do most of the work, not the back. So one hand underneath, and this hand, believe it or not, this is kind of the key. If you don't get this far enough under the patient to get to that furthest shoulder, then your back is going to have to do all the work, because the weight is too far away from you. The closer you get the weight to here, the more work your legs do. Okay. So hand all the way under and then over the knees. But if you give it a try, I know it's really hard when you're just watching me on the screen do that. You're like, I don't know if I can do that. That just doesn't look. But when you try it, you'll see what I mean. It's not nearly as difficult as it looks. But you've got to make sure that the patient is close to you, hand all the way under, over the knees, wide base of support. So you really need your legs wide, at least shoulder width wide apart, because that gets your legs to take on the majority of the weight. Okay? But you'll have to try it.
Okay.
Definitely have to try it. All right, any other questions? No? All right, so we're going to move on to catheter basics now, and this is on page 112 of your skills book. So if you go to 112 in your skills book, we're going to talk about catheters. So if you remember on Monday, we learned about the normal urinary system. So here, right here on the screen, you can see that we have two kidneys. We have ureters, which are tubes that go from the kidneys down to the bladder. Our bladder holds urine. And then there's a little valve right here that when we go to the bathroom, the valve opens and that urine comes out. So we know what a normally functioning urinary system looks like. Now, if we scroll down a little bit, we see a picture of a catheter. This is what a catheter looks like. When a nurse inserts the catheter, they're going to insert this part of the catheter right here into the urethra so that it ends up inside the bladder. And that's what you can see here. Okay, we have a catheter that is inserted into the bladder. Once we get that catheter in place, we use water to fill up a balloon on the end of the catheter. You can't see the balloon here. Think of it like a tube in a tube. You cannot see the balloon here. It's only when it's inflated with water will it puff up like that. That sits at the bottom of the bladder and it acts kind of like a doorstop. It keeps that catheter from sliding out. Otherwise, there's nothing to stop that catheter from just sliding right out. So when you have a catheter in place, this whole system still works the same way. You still have kidneys, they still filter blood, they still produce urine, the urine still goes down the ureters, drip, 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 into the bladder. But what that bladder does is it holds that valve open all the time and it collects the urine. So instead of that urine falling out through the urethra, it now falls out through the tube inside the urethra, and then it gets collected in some sort of a bag, a drainage bag, okay? So does everybody kind of understand how a catheter works?
Yes.
Okay, so let me time out here real quick. Rita just asked, can you explain the wheelchair touching the patient before sitting? Yeah, so going back to the last skill, if you have the wheelchair and it's too far away from the bed, too far from the patient, when you lift the patient up and you pivot them, if it's not right there, if it's too far away, that patient's going to have to take a step before they sit. This patient can't. The care plan actually says the patient cannot take a step. So when you lift the patient up and you turn them, that wheelchair's got to be right there, ready for the patient to sit in. So the only way to get it close enough is when you bring it up before you lift the patient, when you bring it up next to the bed, you want it at a slight angle. So you lift the patient up, you pivot them, there's the wheelchair. So at a slight angle. And you want it almost touching the patient. I mean, you only want it about that far from the patient. So when you lift them up and you pivot them, the wheelchair is right there for you to sit them in. Okay, I hope that helps. You want it almost touching the patient. Okay, all right, so going back to catheters. this is what a catheter looks like. This is an actual catheter. And you can see here, this is a tube within a tube. You can't see the actual balloon. You can see like a little, just a little excess material there, but it's deflated so that we can put this in the patient. We need it deflated to put it in. Once we get that catheter in place, the nurse will take water. They put it through a port right here. This is a port. And all this does is let me fill up this balloon. It doesn't put anything inside the patient. Okay, so make sure it's on there. So I'm going to inject water here. You can see that little balloon fill up. And now that balloon is inside the bladder. So this is the bladder. It sits at the base of the bladder to keep it from coming out. See how I can kind of pull on that, but this isn't going to let it come out? See how that works? Okay, so this is a catheter. When we go to take a catheter out, we're all done with it, don't need it anymore, we need to take it out. We're going to use that same port. We're going to use a syringe. The nurse is going to do this. They put the syringe on the port and they pull out the water from that balloon. And when they pull out all of that water, it becomes small again, and then we can simply pull it right out. So the balloon is not inflated when it goes in. The balloon is not inflated when it comes out. That balloon is only inflated once it's in place to keep it in place. And then we deflate it to remove the catheter. Now, CNAs can be trained to remove catheters. It is a delegatable skill in most states, so you can be trained to do that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you would be trained. Most settings will still have the nurses remove catheters rather than CNAs, but it is something you can be trained to do. But this catheter by itself isn't going to help anybody. So we have this part in the body, right? We have this tubing, and then we have a big hole here. So all that's going to do is let the urine from the bladder come out onto everything. That's not going to help. So what we're going to do is connect this to a drainage system of some sort. So you can see here that this hole, that's the catheter. It's where it ends. This port for the drainage bag is going to go inside that catheter, and now we have a closed system. This side is inside the patient. The urine comes through the catheter, through the tubing, and into the bag. It is a closed system. Nothing can get in here. There's no way for anything, because it's not open to the air. It's not open to anything. This end is in the patient, and this end is closed. So it is a closed system. As long as we don't let any bacteria into this system, it's fine. The problem is that if we let one bacteria into this bag has urine in it, right? It's warm, it's moist, it's got proteins and enzymes, all kinds of things that urine need to make more of themselves. So if one bacteria gets into this bag, it's going to multiply. And that they're going to multiply, and then they're going to multiply. And before you know it, you've got 100,000 bacteria in this bag, and now it's starting to get a little crowded. So they start to climb, and they get into this tubing. Well, when they get into this tubing, now they're getting fresh urine, right? Fresh food. So they multiply faster, and they climb, and they climb, and they climb. And then they get into this catheter. So they get on the inside of this catheter, and now we've blocked out light. So now we've got warm, dark, moist, fresh food, and they really start to multiply. So by the time they get out of these holes in your bladder, it's not just one or two bacteria. It's a couple of trillion bacteria that all invade at one time. So it would be like all of Canada invading your little town that quick. All of that bacteria is now in the bladder, and there's not much we can do because our body didn't have a chance to identify the problem while it was still a small problem. that problem was allowed to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we never even knew it was happening until all of that bacteria is now in our bladder. And it's an overwhelming infection, and they're super hard to clear up. These are called catheter-acquired urinary tract infections. We call them CAUTIs, C-A-U-T-Is, and they're very dangerous. So as CNAs, our main goal in life when we're working with catheters is to not let any bacteria into this system, because there's nothing inside the catheter or the bag that will prevent bacteria from growing. So our whole goal here is to not allow any infiltration of bacteria into this closed system. Now, the reason that they're two pieces, okay, so remember we have the catheter and we have the bag. They're two separate pieces. The nurse will put them together when she puts the catheter in. So when the nurse inserts the catheter, it'll already be attached to a bag. But the reason that we have them in two pieces is because catheters can stay in up to a month, 30 days. Bags, drainage bags, have to be changed about once a week. So they need, because this can stay in 30 days, but this has to be changed every week, they have to be two separate pieces. CNAs can be trained to change out the bag. It is a delegatable task, but you have to be trained to do it. It is not a tested CNA skill because it's not a normal CNA function. That would require additional training, and it would have to be determined by your workplace whether that's appropriate for you to do. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that would fall under expanded duties. All right, so there's other types of bags too. Now this is what we call a bedside drainage bag. So this is a big, heavy suitcase of urine. If the patient is in a hospital setting, these work very well because they hold a lot of urine. We only empty them once a shift. They work well in a clinical setting. But if this patient has a long-term catheter, and there's a lot of people out there that have to have a catheter all the time, and you would never know it, but if this patient needs to go to a local grocery store or a local big box retailer, they've got to go to their doctor's office or their pharmacy, they don't want to walk around with a big suitcase full of urine with them. That's embarrassing. And it's not overly hygienic, and it just has a lot, people are going to stare, right? If you see somebody walking around with a suitcase of urine, you're going to stare. So it makes people very uncomfortable. So in those situations, we use something a little more discreet called a leg bag. And you'll see this if you open up your skills books to page 113. I don't think I have. Let me look here real quick. No, I don't. Okay. All right, so go to 113 in your skills book. You'll see a picture there on page 113 of what a bedside drainage bag would look like. But if you turn to 116 is actually where I need you to be. 116, this picture right here, this is what a leg bag looks like. It's smaller, it's more discreet, and it can be worn under clothing. So this would be something that would Velcro or use elastic bands against the inside of the thigh or the calf. And it's a bag, it just collects the urine. And then the patient can actually go to a regular bathroom and empty the bag into the toilet, just like you would empty your bladder into the toilet. It's just kind of a halfway point, right? It's something that holds the urine until the patient goes to the bathroom. So you can have different types of bags based on what the patient needs. There's also different types of catheters. So on that same page, on page 116, what we've talked about so far are Foley catheters, or what's called indwelling urinary catheters. We put the catheter in, we inflate. We put the catheter in, we inflate the balloon, and that keeps it there indefinitely. as long as we need it, or up to 30 days, and then it would have to be changed out. This is called an indwelling or Foley catheter. But sometimes we don't need it to stay in. We just need to put it in to get a sample, or we just need to put it in to empty the bladder, and then we're going to withdraw it. That is called a straight cath. A straight cath does not have a balloon on the end of it because it's not going to stay. It is a smaller catheter. It's put in just for the purposes of getting a urine sample or reducing the bladder volume, and then it's removed. That is a straight cath. But we also, for some patients, male patients, we also have a different type of catheter called an external cath. You'll also hear it called a Texas cath or a condom cath. And this, like the name says, it resembles a condom with a little port on the end of it. So this would go along the shaft of the penis. It's going to form a tight seal, and any urine that comes out will be collected. It's going to attach to some sort of a bag system. So this port would attach to the port on the end of the condom cath, and that will collect urine. Now, condom caths or Texas catheters are used in a variety of settings. Remember that we don't necessarily want anything inside the body because that just hides bacteria. It doesn't allow our natural defenses to locate bacteria and get rid of them before they get into the bladder. So an external catheter can be a good solution to help reduce the potential for urinary tract infections while still having the convenience of a collection device for urine. So you would go by your care plan as to what type of apparatus we're using for that patient. Remember, always, always, always go by our care plans. And but remember that indwelling catheters have a lot more risks to them. Okay, so this is actually a tested skill, catheter care, just plain catheter care. This is a mannequin skill. So we're going to have a catheter that's in a mannequin, and we are going to have to keep it clean. So catheter care, remember I said that catheters, the biggest risk are catheter-acquired urinary tract infections, or CAUTIs. That's the biggest risk with catheters. So our whole goal is to keep the catheter clean and not let any bacteria inside the catheter. So to keep it clean, you're going to do catheter care once a shift. Catheter care involves cleaning the catheter, the external part of the catheter, from where it enters the body away. So we're going to clean the catheter, and then we're going to clean the skin around the catheter. So for the purposes of the test, this is going to be done on a female mannequin. So we're going to do peri-care just like we did peri-care on Monday. Okay, remember peri-care that we learned? We went down the middle, side, side, skin fold, skin fold. So we're going to do peri-care just like we did peri-care. We'll also clean the catheter from where it enters the body away. So you want to hold that catheter where it exits the body so that as we're wiping away, as we're cleaning that tubing, we're not pulling on the inside of the body. So if you've got a catheter inside the patient, remember that balloon just kind of keeps it in place. If you've got that catheter, it will, it will deal with a certain amount of tugging, but if you tug too hard, it's going to come out, and that can be very painful because you've got this balloon going through an opening this size. So you're going to end up with tearing and bleeding and pain, and it's not pleasant. So you don't want to do that. You want to try to hold this in place so that as you're wiping away, this part in here remains stationary. So we're going to hold this where it exits the body and then wipe away. Super important that you're holding it stationary before you wipe it. But that brings up a question. What do we do if it does come out? Now, patients will pull catheters out, especially if your patient is confused or has dementia, or if they're on certain medications that might alter their mental status. Catheters do get pulled out by patients. It's important not to panic. Your patient is not going to die because they pulled a catheter out. It's certainly okay. It's going to hurt. They're going to have some pain. which because that tissue has been torn, right? That balloon is this big going through a hole that big, you're going to have tissue tearing. So that patient, it's going to hurt a little bit, especially if they try to pee through it, right? That's really going to smart a little bit. So what do you do if a catheter gets pulled out? Well, the first thing you do, don't panic, because your patient will take their cues from you. Be very calm. Okay, let's just get you cleaned up here. The second thing you do is save the catheter and the bag. You can put it in a trash bag in the bathroom, that's fine, but don't just throw it away, because that nurse has to look at the catheter to figure out what kind of a problem we're dealing with. Now, if I have a patient that their catheter got pulled out, and you put this whole thing in a bag, and I come along and I see the whole thing, right? The balloon is still inflated, the tip is still there, it's all intact. That is not a bad problem. I can deal with that. But if you pull this catheter out, right, put it in a bag, and this balloon is broken and a piece of it is missing, or the tip of the catheter is not there, that is a much bigger problem, because that means that a part of the catheter was left behind in the bladder. We have a foreign object in the bladder. So we have to address that. That's a much bigger problem. The only way that I know what kind of problem I have to work with is to look at the catheter to see what was removed from the patient. Is it just the catheter? Everything else is intact? That's okay. Is it the catheter but pieces are missing? That's not okay. I got to call the doctor. We got some work to do here. So when you're working with a patient, if a catheter comes out, don't just throw it away, because that nurse needs to inspect it to see what we're working with here. Believe it or not, patients aren't the ones that pull out catheters the most, though. It's actually CNAs. We pull out catheters at a rapid rate as CNAs, and it's mainly because we don't pay attention. If we're turning a patient over in bed and we lean against the bed with our legs, which is very common, right? Let's say that we're making an occupied bed and we turn the patient over onto their side, but we forget they have a catheter and our leg is trapping that catheter tubing against the mattress. So now the catheter can't roll with the patient. You're going to pull that catheter out. Or let's say you're transferring a patient out of bed and into a wheelchair and you forget they have a catheter and it's on the other side of the bed. That catheter is going to get pulled out. Or you don't make sure that the catheter tubing is coiled on the bed. It's actually draped down in a loop near the floor. And as you walk by, your leg gets tangled up in that catheter and you pull it out. There's a lot of ways that CNAs pull catheters out. We pull out way, way, way more catheters than patients do. Don't hide it. That is probably the biggest thing that I have to get across to you. Do not hide it if your patient's catheter gets pulled out, even if it's your fault. I've seen a lot of CNAs do this. They just hide it till the next shift. Well, the patient must have pulled it out. Well, think about that from the patient's point of view for just a second, right? They just had a balloon this big come out of a hole that big, and it's going to hurt a little bit. But anytime you have injury, you always have swelling that goes along with injury. So not only is this going to feel like razor blades when the patient tries to pee, because it's going to sting a lot. But the problem is that if we get swelling in that area that's too severe, the patient's not going to be able to pee at all. And if you wait too long and swelling sets in, as a nurse, I can't put another catheter in because there's too much swelling in the area. So now we have to wait 2 or 3 days for that swelling to go down before I can even get a catheter in if the patient needs one. So now we've got a much bigger problem on our hands. So if you have a patient that pulls out their catheter, or you accidentally pull out the catheter, you need to let the nurse know right away, because a nurse only has about 45 minutes to decide what they're going to do. Do they put another catheter in? If the patient needs one, we may have to go that route. But if the patient already has swelling, we're not going to get a catheter in. So that solution is now gone. We can't use that solution. So when you have a catheter that gets dislodged, you've got to make sure you let the nurse know right away, because they only have a certain amount of time to work with. Make sure you save the catheter for them to inspect as well. So any questions on that? Any questions? No? Everybody good? All right, so when we're cleaning the catheter, we're going to hold it where it exits the body. We're going to clean the tubing away from the body, and we'll do that 4 times. So with 4 different leaves. Remember that leaves method we talked about? We're going to use 4 different leaves to clean. We'll clean with soap. Whatever we wash, we rinse. So we'll rinse with water the same way. And then we'll clean the skin around the tubing. So we'll go down the center, side, skin fold, using the leaves method. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. When you're working with a catheter, the patient will not have a chucks underneath them to start. There's no need. They've got a catheter that collects urine. We don't need a chucks there to collect urine because a catheter is doing that job already. You don't want to put a chucks on a bed unless the patient needs one. Chucks are plastic lined. They're going to hold in heat. They're going to make the patient sweat. And now you've got warm, dark, moist in an area where we know bacteria come from. So we don't want chucks on the bed unless we need chucks on the bed. So this skill is going to start out with a patient with a catheter, no chucks in place. But when we're cleaning, we want to protect the bed because we don't want to get it wet. So we'll put a chucks under the patient, clean the tubing, clean the skin, and then take that chucks away. You do not have to clean the backside for catheter care because this patient has a catheter. They're not laying in urine. That's why we had to clean the backside for peri-care, was because their buttocks were laying in urine, and we had to get that urine, that acidic urine, off of that skin. Well, this patient, they're not laying in urine, so we don't have to clean the buttocks as well. But before somebody asks, what if they had a bowel movement? Well, certainly, if they had a bowel movement, you would clean them up, of course. But this patient, for this skill, for this test, is a mannequin, and she has not had a bowel movement. We're just going to clean the tubing and the skin around it. Remember, our whole goal here is to show that we understand the principles. And then we can apply those principles to whatever scenario life may throw at us once we're out there in the real world. Good? Questions? Good?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
When you mentioned about being careful with the bacteria getting into the catheter and the urine bag,
Yes.
did you mean inside when we empty the bag or outside?
I haven't gotten to empty the bag yet. We're going to do that on the next skill. Okay, so the next skill that we go over will be emptying the bag. I got a whole lecture to give you on that.
Okay.
So what I'm saying right now is just don't separate the 2 pieces, the catheter from the tubing. Don't separate those. That's not what CNAs do. And we've got to keep the outside clean. We're going to talk about the inside being clean in just a few minutes when we talk about emptying that bag. Good question. So let's take a look at our care plan here. Let's see, where is it? There it is. Okay, so let's take a look at our care plan here. It says provide catheter care to a resident with a catheter. Provide catheter care with soap and water to a female resident with an indwelling urinary catheter. Clean catheter tubing and perineal area only. So if you scroll down, you can see that this is kind of a longer skill. It's going to take somebody with your level of experience about 15 minutes to do. This is a mannequin skill. So none of you will be a patient for this skill. The mannequin will be positioned in bed and charting is not required. We will use the leaves method for cleaning both. Oops. For cleaning both the catheter and the peri area. You're going to use that leaves method for both sections of this skill. Okay, so let me show you this one. I'm going to show you the video. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to do catheter care. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Okay, Miss Jones, I'm going to gather my supplies. I'll start out with a barrier that provides a clean place to put my supplies. And we're going to get 4 washcloths, a towel, a chucks, a privacy blanket, and now I'll gather my basin and soap. And a set of gloves. All right, Miss Jones, I'll just get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, would you like to check the water temperature and make sure it's okay? It's good? Good. I'll place the washcloths in there to stay warm. And I'm going to cover you with a privacy blanket. This is going to help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this skill. And I'm going to pull your sheet down to about your knees. Okay, Miss Jones, I'm going to place this pad underneath you. This is going to help keep your bed dry while we do this skill. First, I'll roll it toward me. And place it on the bed. And then I'll put my gloves on. All right, Miss Jones, can you scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll onto your left side? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Going to be very careful, making sure that the catheter tubing rolls with the patient and doesn't get pulled on. I'm going to unroll the chucks underneath the patient's hip and have the patient come back onto their back, making sure that they don't lay on that catheter tubing. Miss Jones, can you scoot to the middle of the bed, please? Thank you. Miss Jones, can you scoot toward me? Thank you, and roll up onto your right side. 1, 2, 3. And now I can unroll the chucks to protect the bed. Come on back, Miss Jones, and scoot to the middle of the bed. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to start cleaning the catheter. I'm going to roll your gown up inside the blanket. I will be exposing you, but we'll make this as brief as possible. Please let me know if you're uncomfortable. As I roll the gown in the blanket, I want to make sure that I don't grab the catheter, that we don't cause any unnecessary pulling or stress on that catheter. And now we'll cover her thighs with a towel. This exposes only the area that we're working on. I'm going to take the first washcloth and wring it out and apply soap to 4 leaves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to clean your catheter. I'm going to hold the catheter where it exits the body, wrap the washcloth around, and wipe away from the body. that leaf over. I'm going to hold it, wrap the washcloth around, and wipe away from the body. That's 2. We're going to do this 2 more times. Away from the body. 3. And the last one. 4. I'll set this washcloth aside. Whenever we wash, we must rinse. So I'll wring this washcloth out, and we'll use it to rinse that catheter the same way we washed. I'm going to hold it where it exits the body, wrap the washcloth around, and wipe away from the body. We'll do this 4 times. 2, 3, and 4. Set this aside. Now we'll dry the catheter. Now we're going to do peri-care. We'll take a washcloth out of the basin, wring it out really well, and we're going to soak 5 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the back side is 5. Okay, now I'm going to clean the peri area. I'm going to lift the catheter up out of the way with my pinky and hold the labia open while I clean down the center with the first leaf. Always going top to bottom, and then we'll remove the washcloth and fold that leaf over. Now I'm going to clean down one side of the labia, top to bottom, fold that leaf over, clean down the other side of the labia, top to bottom, fold that leaf over. I'm going to clean the skin fold between the groin and the leg, fold that leaf over, and clean the other skin fold between the groin and the leg, and then set that washcloth aside. I'm going to take the final washcloth and wring it out really well, and we're going to rinse all of those areas the same way that we washed them. So I'll hold that catheter out of the way and spread the labia open, cleaning down the center, top to bottom. Fold that leaf over, clean down one side of the labia, fold that leaf over, rinse down the other side of the labia, fold that leaf over. We're going to rinse the skin fold, fold that leaf over, and the other skin fold. Set that aside. Now we'll dry gently by patting dry top to bottom and then removing the towel. Ms. Jones, I'm going to cover you back up. I'll unroll that blanket, which will replace the gown over the patient. I'm going to make sure that the catheter and the tubing is coiled on the bed, not near the floor and not where the patient is laying on it, making sure it's not kinked. Ms. Jones, I'll be right back. I need to dispose of your supplies. The towels and washcloth will be placed in dirty linen. The basin is going to be clean the way we clean everything else. We'll return the basin to the drawer, and on the way we'll pick up the soap. We'll open the drawer with the paper towel and return the basin to its storage area. Now I'll dispose of my paper towels. Okay, Ms. Jones, I need to remove the chucks from under you. Can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can I get you to roll up on your left side? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I'll roll this soiled chucks toward the patient and tuck it under her hip. Come on back, Ms. Jones. And scoot back to the middle, making sure the patient is not laying on that catheter tubing. Okay, Ms. Jones, can you scoot toward me again, please? Thank you. And roll up on your right side. And I'm going to remove that chucks from the bed. Okay, you can scoot back to the middle. Thank you. This is going to be thrown away. Okay, Ms. Jones, let me just look at your catheter one last time. Make sure that the catheter tubing is coiled on the bed, that the catheter is not on the floor. Everything looks good. I'm going to remove the chucks from the table, and we're going to throw this away, and then I'll remove my gloves. we'll throw those away. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'll pull your sheet up now. And I'll remove the blanket as I do so, rolling it into a ball. You put this in dirty linen. Okay, Ms. Jones, here's your call light. If you should need anything, just let me know. Are you comfortable? Can I get you anything while I'm here, like a magazine? I'm just going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections that need to be made, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay. So what if there isn't a bag in the restroom to place a catheter that has come out of the patient? What are some other places we could put the catheter? Okay, so I'm going to answer that question in two different ways. Number one, if there are no bags available, just grab a bath basin and put it in there. Just don't put it directly on the floor. If there's a shower in the bathroom, then you could probably put it in the shower, but I would try to keep it off the floor, you know, put it in something to rest it on the floor. But a more appropriate answer would be in the bottom of trash cans in clinical facilities. It's not like your house at home, like your trash can at home, you know, you're probably your kitchen trash can. You only have one bag in there, the one that you're using, that you're filling up. But in most clinical settings, if you remove the bag that's in the trash can, so if I grab a trash can and I remove that bag, in the bottom of the trash can are going to be 4 or 5 folded up bags that can be used quickly. So that's the best place to get a bag to put the catheter and the bag in. Most clinical settings have multiple bags inside the trash can, specifically because trash cans fill very quickly in a clinical setting. Okay, so I hope that helps. Is that good? Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the urinary drainage bag. And this is on page 115 and 116. So we actually looked at this a little bit earlier. So let me pull this up. So here we have urinary drainage bags, and we looked at you know, a drainage bag earlier, a big bedside bag, but that's the one that you see there on 115. You can actually see what it looks like. Now remember that drainage bags are separate from catheters, are going to be attached to catheters, and there's lots and lots and lots of different styles. Wherever you go to work, you're going to be trained on the catheter bags that your particular facility uses. So if we go a little bit further, this is page 116. And again, you can see that leg bag that we talked about earlier. That's a more discreet option. And then if we come down, you can actually see the condom cath or the Texas cath that we talked about as well. But let's talk a little bit about emptying the drainage bag itself. So you can read those 2 pages on your own. So when you have a urinary drainage bag, you're going to be emptying it once a shift or more often as needed. So if you've got a patient who is on a whole lot of diuretics, so these are medications that try to pull fluid off of the patient. In some cases, that drainage bag may need to be emptied during the shift as well, depending. Always go by your care plan, go by your nurse. If you notice the drainage bag is filling up, bring it to your nurse's attention. But generally speaking, 99.9% of the time, you are going to empty the drainage bag once at the end of your shift. So when we empty the drainage bag, that's where we have the potential for bacteria to get inside the bag. And as we learned earlier, we do not want bacteria inside the bag ever at all. That's a really bad thing. So the way that we empty the bag is really going to be super important. We want to make sure that when we remove the port, see the port has like a little house that it lives in. So let me pull this up so you guys can see it a little bit closer. So here, this is a drainage bag, and here you can see the port. it has a little house that it lives in, a little flap right there. You guys can see the flap. So it has a little flap that it lives in. Now, when you're taking this out, you want to do it so that this tip right here doesn't touch anything. So when you're taking this out of its house, you don't want to, like, you know, you want control over it. You don't want it to touch the outside of this bag. Remember, the outside of this bag has been exposed to air and people's feet and the bed and all kinds of stuff. So when you take this out of its little house, you want to make sure that you have control over it at all times. You don't want this tip to touch anything. It can't touch the bed, it can't touch the floor, it can't touch the chucks. You don't want to touch it with your gloves. It doesn't touch the inside of the container. It doesn't touch anything. You need control over this. Now, this is a T-valve. This is how we're going to open this port. Right now, if you look at it, you can see that it's closed. See how that port is closed? And here, you can see a hole on the blue part. What we would do is slide this to the side so that the hole is now open. See how you can see through now? So this is how we open a T-valve. The T-valve just slides to the side. Now it's closed. So this should always be in the closed position, always. When you've got your port tucked in there, this should be closed. When you remove the port, then you open it, you're going to empty into the container, and then as soon as you're done, you're going to close it again, because we don't want bacteria to get up through that port, that open port, into the bag. And then when you put this back, you're going to very carefully insert it right into its house without it touching a lot of things. So having control of this port is really important. We used to, now some of you may have seen, read, heard, whatever. We used to use an alcohol pad to clean that tip before we put it back into its house. We do not do that any longer. What we found was the alcohol actually dried out the material that port is made of, and it caused micro cracks to form. Well, micro cracks can hold moisture, and now you have warm, dark, moist, and it ended up affecting the integrity of the system. So although we were trying to do a good thing, it turned out to be not so good of a thing. So we don't clean that port with alcohol any longer. So if you've seen something or read something or heard something along the lines that tells you to clean it with alcohol, that is not considered best practice any longer. We simply empty it, close the port, and put it back into its little house. Good? Any questions? Make sense? Good.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So one of the things when we're working with catheter bags is we want to make sure the tubing is not coiled near the floor for a couple of reasons. We don't want that tubing to get dirty, but we also don't want anybody to get their feet tangled up in it and trip and accidentally pull it out. So the tubing should always be on the bed. And you're actually going to see that in this video. You'll see me inspect the tubing to make sure it's on the bed. You saw it in the last video too, but I want to bring that to your attention. So this skill is actually a very short, very easy skill, but it's also failed quite often. Because if you don't understand the infection control part of this, it can really hurt you. For this skill, there's going to be a bag with yellow water hanging on the side of the bed. It's a mannequin skill. You'll talk to the mannequin as if she's real. It's not a live person skill. But you've got a urinary drainage bag. It's going to have yellow water. They do tint it yellow so that you can read it because we have to measure it. So yellow water in the bag hanging on the bed. Now, even though the bag has markings, you can look at this. You can see that there's markings on the bag. We can't use those to measure because it's not accurate. Maybe the bag is tipped this way, or it could be tipped that way, or it could be folded over like this. Those lines are not accurate. So we have to empty that bag into a container, and then we're going to measure the urine in that container on a barrier, on a flat surface at eye level. All three of those criteria have to be met. Let me say it again. On a barrier, on a flat surface, at eye level. You have to meet all 3 of those criteria to get credit for this skill. So this container it's like a it's called a triangular graduate container, but it's shaped kind of like a triangle, and it's going to have markings on it, and you are going to round to the nearest line. Doesn't matter whether it's up or down, doesn't matter. Nearest line. Now those lines are always in 50s. The ones that are marked. So you'll have a line for 300, a line for 350, a line for 400, and a line for 450 that will be marked. There's going to be smaller lines in between that are not marked. So if you have a line for 300 and then you have a line for 350 and there's a little line in between, it's going to be 325. So it's halfway between 300 and 350 would be 325. So remember that the little lines that are not marked are going to be your quarter marks. Okay. So this skill, you're going to put a chucks on the floor because we don't want urine spilling on the floor. Put your graduate container on the chucks, and anytime we touch anything urinary, we have to have gloves on. So you'll see during this skill that I put my gloves on before I get the container out of the drawer. So you put a chucks on the floor, put the graduate container on the chucks. You're going to open the port, empty the urine while controlling that port at all times. You have to have control of that port. Don't let it touch anything. Super important. Then you'll close the port, put it back into its house, and then we're going to wrap the chucks around the container. You cannot carry an open container of urine through a room. It's an infection control problem. It's a privacy problem. So we want to wrap that chucks around the container, and then we're going to take it over to the bathroom. When we get it to the bathroom, we're going to put the chucks and the container on top of the lid of the toilet. And we're going to unwrap it because remember that container has to be on a barrier on a flat surface. So we use that chucks as our barrier, unwrap it, keep it on the lid of the toilet, and then we actually have to get down to read it at eye level. Don't stand up and kind of look like this, oh yeah, down there it's 350. They need to see you actually get down and read it at eye level, and you'll see that in this video. Okay, once you're done, you're going to empty the urine in the toilet, rinse the container, empty that in the toilet, dry the container, store it. Remove our gloves, we'll do our closing, and then we'll document after the closing. This is actually a pretty short skill. Let's take a look at the care plan before we get started, because we always start with a care plan. So it says, empty the resident's urinary drainage bag into a graduate container and measure and record the urinary output in mLs or cc's on the intake and output form. You can actually see the form here in the middle. You'll see an example of how to fill it out. It's also located in your skills book as well on page 121. So you can take a look at that. Now, if you go down a little bit further, you'll see that this takes about 9 minutes for somebody with your level of experience. It's going to be done on a mannequin. They're going to be in bed. Charting is required, and you can be off by 50 cc's in either direction. So 50 cc's, that's a big margin of error, guys. Huge margin of error. When you're doing this, though, and this isn't on the test, but I do want to bring this to your attention, pay attention to any abnormalities. You know what urine looks like. You know, it should be kind of a pale yellow in color. If it's cloudy, that should be reported. If it's red, orange, brown, green, yellow, purple, or, you know, deep yellow, purple, if it looks at all different, that should be reported. If it has a strange odor to it, so if it smells like grape Kool-Aid or maple syrup, or if it smells strange, you need to report it. So when you're measuring urine, it's not just enough to figure out how much urine is there. You want to see, does it have any abnormalities that need to be reported as well? If it's been 12-hour shift and you've only got 100 cc's of urine, that's not much urine at all. You need to report that. On the other hand, it's a 12-hour shift and you got 2,000 cc's of urine, that's abnormal. That's a whole lot of urine. You need to report that as well. So anything abnormal would need to be reported. So kind of keep that in the back of your mind. They're not going to throw you curveballs like that for the test. None of that is going to happen for the test. It's just very straightforward. You empty the yellow water into the container. You take it to the bathroom. You measure it on a barrier, on a flat surface at eye level. You clean up, you do your closing, and you document. Very straightforward, but you need to know all those other things for a clinical setting. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video. This is our last skill. And this video only takes like maybe 4 minutes. And then we're going to get into renewal requirements and that type of thing. I'm trying to get you guys done before lunch so that you won't have to, it doesn't make much sense to break for 40 minutes and have you come back for 30. So I'm going to try to get everything done before we end, and then you can have lunch. So here we go. Hello, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Great. I need to empty your urinary drainage bag. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. For this skill, I'll need a barrier, which I'll place on the floor under the drainage bag. I'm going to need a set of gloves. And I'm going to need a triangular graduate container. I want to inspect the catheter tubing to make sure that it's coiled on the bed and the patient isn't lying on it and it's not kinked, but also that it's not hanging near the floor where somebody might get their feet tangled up in it and trip or accidentally rip the catheter out. This catheter looks like it's in the appropriate position. We'll now remove the port from its protective sleeve on the bag. Sliding the valve to the side will open the port. We can now position this open port over the graduated container and tilt the bag slightly to the side to allow the contents to drain into the graduated container. While doing so, we want to be careful not to allow that port to touch any other surface. Once the urine bag has been emptied, we'll slide the port back to the side to close it and very carefully insert it back into its protective sleeve. We want to make sure that the bag is hanging on a non-movable part of the bed and it's not touching the floor. We can now fold the chucks over the graduate container for safe and secure transport to the patient's bathroom. Once we're at the patient's bathroom, we're going to set the graduate container down on a barrier on a flat surface and position it so that we can read it. We need to be at eye level, and we're going to round to the nearest line, either up or down. You can see that the urine in this container is nearest to the mark of 425, so the amount that we will document is 425 milliliters, or cc's. Once we've measured it on a barrier on a flat surface at eye level, we can now empty the urinary graduate container. We'll throw the barrier away, open up the toilet, and we're going to dump the contents of the graduate container into the toilet. Now we're going to rinse the graduate container. We'll deposit the rinse water into the toilet as well. Now we can clean. After dumping the rinse water into the toilet, we'll set it down, use a paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the outside, paper towel to dry the inside. We'll discard this, and then one for the drawer. We're going to place the graduate container in the bottom drawer and close the drawer with a paper towel. Okay, now I'll throw the paper towels away my gloves. I'll throw those away as well. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A magazine, perhaps? You have your call light there. If you should need anything at all, please feel free to let me know. I'm going to open your curtain, wash my hands, and document my skill. Thank you. After washing my hands, I'll document on the intake and output sheet that the evaluator gives me. I'm going to document the time of output, the type of output, which is urine, the amount of output in cc's, and my initials. After documenting, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions on that? Any questions? Everybody good?
This thing that's right here, is that to go on the gown?
The sheet, the gown, wherever, it just kind of helps that keep that tubing from sliding off of the bed where it can get tangled. So yeah, what she's referring to is a little clip. I don't have one on mine, but it's a little.
It's on the picture also.
Yeah, yeah. Let me pull that up. Hold on one second here. Catheter bag. So. Share. Hold on a second. I have to. Just trying to. There we go. Got to get the right one here. Okay, so if you look here, right. I don't know if you can see it here. Right here is what she's referring to. It's a little blue clippy thing that will attach to, stop share. It'll attach to, you can clip it to the sheet, the bottom sheet, you can clip it to their gown. It just kind of helps keep that tubing a little more secure. We also have straps that go around the thigh that will hold on to the tubing as well to keep it more secure. Not everybody uses those. It's a case by case basis and facility by facility basis. But yeah, that little clip can be used for that. All right, any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know, the cataract, is it the CNAs that put it or the RN?
RNs put catheters in, RNs take catheters out, CNAs
Okay.
clean catheters.
Clean. Okay. Okay.
Right. Now you can be trained to take them out. That is a delegatable skill, but very rarely will you be trained to do that.
Okay.
Emma, did you have a question?
Yes, when you empty the urine container in the sink and clean it, in the exam, it's just with water, right?
Well, you don't empty it in the sink. You're going to empty it in the toilet.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
the toilet.
In the toilet. So you're going to empty the container into the toilet, you'll rinse the container, and then you'll put that rinse water in the toilet as well. But yes, for the test, it's just colored water, but you still want to pretend as though it's urine.
And for the clinical setting, when you wash it in the sink, the container, are they gonna also ask you to do with water or with soap also?
It depends on your facility. I can't give you one answer that's going to cover everywhere that you could potentially work. I don't know. It really depends on, you know, that particular patient, what's required, but only one person uses that. It's important that you understand that. That is only used for that patient. So it's kind of like your toilet at home, right? You flush it. That's just water. You don't disinfect it and clean it every single time you use it. You clean it once a week.
Right.
Right? So
Yes.
this is the same thing. We're rinsing it with water, and then we usually will clean it as needed.
Okay.
But go by your facility. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
The video that you sell on your website, is that all of the skills and things that's going to be on, just on the testing?
Yes, everything that we've gone over in here, all the videos that you've seen
Yeah.
are the videos that are on my DVD. It's the same videos that are on my website for free and on the online course. It's all the exact same video. The only reason that I have the DVD is because not everybody has access to internet. And if you don't have access to internet, that DVD would be good for you. It's an ad-free version, so there's no ads. You can stop, rewind, fast forward, you know, whatever you want. But those DVDs are usually purchased more by schools to use in their training centers.
I got you.
But I mean, anybody can purchase them.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have 2 questions, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, one is during the test, you know, you said they were going to give us 3 skills to try.
Right.
Now, do I have to start each skill with washing my hands and closing my hands? That means I'm going to do washing and washing before starting and then washing after the skill for 6 times.
Okay. So I need to answer that in 2 different ways. So you're going to get 3 skills. You treat one of those skills as if they're a different patient encounter. So you're going to do your opening, hand washing, skill 1, closing, hand washing. Opening, hand washing, skill 2, closing, hand washing. Opening, hand washing, skill 3, closing, hand washing. Okay, so you treat them as if they're 3 totally separate encounters. You're going to do your opening, your hand washing, the skill, do your closing, and wash your hands again. Now, after the first skill, so you need to understand that it's 3 separate skills. After the first skill is over, the evaluators will tell you you can simulate hand washing for the next 2 skills. So that means that you're going to do your opening and then say you would wash your hands and then your skill. But you don't simulate hand washing until you're told to. Okay? Does that help?
Yes, please. Then the second question, you were saying something about the 3 things the evaluators will look after when we are doing this emptying the drainage bag. 1, barrier on the floor, placing the thing straight on the floor. Then what is the 3rd thing you talked about?
Okay, so when you're doing emptying the drainage bag, you don't want the cup to be directly on the floor. You want it on a barrier. So you're going to put the barrier, you're going to put your gloves on, get the cup, put that on the barrier. But the 3 things that they're mainly grading you on is when you're measuring, that cup needs to be on a barrier, on a flat surface, at eye level.
Okay.
So on a barrier, on a flat surface, measured at eye level. If you don't get those 3 things, you will fail the test. So if you just take the urine cup and you put it on the toilet without a barrier underneath it, you'll fail. If you hold the urine cup up to measure it, you'll fail. Okay.
Okay, what do you mean by at high level?
Eye level. So you have the cup. Hold on. Okay, so this is the urine cup, right? If I'm going to measure this, if I have urine in here and I need to measure it, when I put it on a table, okay. So we'll pretend this is a toilet because you wouldn't put urine on a table. Everybody knows that, right? You wouldn't put urine on a table. So we're going to pretend this is a toilet. If this is my urine cup, okay, I have to have it on a barrier. I don't want it just on the toilet. It's got to be on a barrier, which in this case would be our chucks. But at eye level, I can't measure it from up here. See how my eyes are up here? but the measuring is down here. I actually have to get down like this to measure it. So my eyes are at the same level as the market.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what that means. So if
All
you
right.
just urine cup and you're measuring it from here, you kind of do one of these things with your head. That is not eye level. You actually need down here.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Does that make sense, guys? Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions? No other questions? All right, so we got through all the skills. Congratulations. Great job, guys. You got through all of the skills. So now we're going to kind of jump into what's next. So in your skills book, if you turn to page 119, that starts our what's next section. So in this section, you're going to see the documentation forms that we talked about. This is just all stuff that you're going to need moving forward. You've got renewal requirements, which I'm going to show you a video on in just a minute. You've got Board of Nursing contact information. So all of the Board of Nursings are listed on these 2 pages, along with their email address, their phone number, everything that you need to be able to contact your state's board. If you want to move to another state, let's say that you're in Florida, you get your certification in Florida, and then you decide you want to move to New York. How do you become a CNA in New York? Well, you would need to contact New York's Board of Nursing using this contact information. So you would contact New York and you would say, hey, I'm a Florida CNA. I want to be a New York CNA. What's the process? Now in New York, it's pretty easy because they just say, fill out this form, send us some money. We'll give you a CNA certification in our state because you already have one in Florida. Other states say, not so fast. If you want to be here, then you need to take our training and testing. So if you want to move to California, they're going to say, no, I'm sorry, you can be a CNA anywhere else, but that doesn't make you one here. If you want to be one here, you have to go through our training and testing. And then other states will say, okay, well, we know that you're a CNA, but we want to make sure you're up to our standards, so you have to take our test. You don't have to do our training, but you do have to take our test to make sure that you meet our requirements. So every state is a little bit different in who they allow to get reciprocity. That's what that process is called, reciprocity. That means getting a CNA certification based on the fact that you already have one somewhere else. Every state's different. So if you decide you want to go to a different state, you would have to contact that state and find out what their requirements are for reciprocity. So that's why you have all of these state Board of Nursings there. Everything I just told you is right down here, moving out of state. I already have it all written down for you. Now, on this page, 125, you'll see finding a job. Finding a job in healthcare is a little bit different than finding a job in other industries. If you want to work at, if you want to be a waitress, you would go into a local job board, you know, where your local community posts jobs. Maybe it's your newspaper, maybe it's snagajob.com, maybe it's Career Builder or Indeed. You would go online and try to find a job that meets what you want to do. And if there's a job posted, you would apply for it, and then you would go to interviews and all of that. If you want to work at a grocery store, you would go in and fill out their application if they have a job wanted advertisement up. But healthcare is a little bit different. With healthcare, in most places, you're going to apply even if there are no jobs posted. So other industries, you actually have to wait until an opening comes up to put an application in. In healthcare, it's a little bit different. Healthcare accepts applications even when they're not actively hiring. And that's because in most cases, healthcare institutions are always actively hiring. They're never full up. So Every one of those online job board I just talked to you about costs money to advertise. So it costs money to advertise on Indeed and Career Builder and Monster and all of those other different job opportunity online portals. They cost money for employers to advertise on. In healthcare, they're always hiring. They don't have the money to advertise on every single one of those job boards all the time. They'd go broke. So you're not going to see every position available in your community on those online boards. So that's the first thing I need you to understand. A lot of CNAs, when they're brand new, they'll get their certification, they'll go online, there's no jobs out there. That is absolutely untrue. There are thousands of jobs out there. You have to do some work to get them. It's not as easy as just opening up your internet browser and there's all the jobs. Pick where you want to work. If you want to work at your local hospital, you need to go to that hospital website and apply right on their website. Every hospital has a jobs or careers tab on their website. Go to that section, fill out the application for the position you want to apply for. Hospitals are unique though. They're kind of different because if they have 3 different CNA positions posted, you have to apply to all 3 if you want to be considered. If you only put an application in for the very first one, let's say it's 2 North, a med-surg tele unit, and that's the only application you put in, those other 2 opportunities won't even know you exist because they don't share applications. That application is specific to that particular job opening. So if you want to get on at a hospital, don't just put one application in. You need to apply for every single one that's listed on that website. Nursing homes, some nursing homes do online applications, but for the most part, you're actually going to have to get up, get dressed, and go in and say, hey, I'm a CNA. I'm interested in working here. I live right down the road. I've heard great things about this facility. I'd like to fill out an application, and then you'll fill the application out. Sometimes they're online, but nursing homes are a little bit behind the times. A lot of times you have to go in and physically do it, which is actually a good thing because when you're applying online, it's really hard for you to stand out. I mean, it's hard to get your it's an online form. It's not like you can do something spectacular to get attention. So your application is going to blend into every other application that somebody has put in online. But when you actually get up, get dressed, and go to a facility, you now have an opportunity to make a positive impression on somebody by introducing yourself, being pleasant, looking, the part. And that's another thing that a lot of people ask, well, what do you wear to interviews or to fill out applications? Honestly, you should wear scrubs because there's something to look the part, act the part, dress for the job you intend to get. So CNAs wear scrubs. Scrubs are perfectly acceptable, but they need to be neat, clean, pressed, and solid in color. Darker colors are best. Don't wear like the ice cream colors, light pink, light yellow, light green. Darker colors are best. They should be solid, not print. But if you're wearing nice scrubs that look good and are pressed, that gives a good positive impression. If you don't have scrubs, you can wear business professional. That's okay too. Never wrong to wear business professional. But if that interviewer has to be able to kind of picture you as a CNA in their facility, if you're there in heels, jewelry, and a nice dress, it's going to be really hard for them to picture you in that position. So dress for the job you intend to get. I mean, that's just kind of an old guideline for dressing for interviews and applications. You can look online for positions, but remember that most of your positions are not going to be advertised online. You need to go directly to the facility, either in person or online. Start online with hospitals, assisted living facilities. You can look at the nursing homes in your area, but most of the job opportunities, you have to go direct to their website to find. Okay, does that kind of make sense? Okay, so hold on one second. Somebody typed in here. Okay, so so somebody is in Connecticut. They took the class 2 years ago, and you have to, in Connecticut, remember Connecticut's different from Florida. So in Connecticut, they have to test within 2 years of taking their class. So they want to know if the requirements might be extended because of COVID. The only thing that I can suggest is that you contact your local board of nursing to get that information. I don't know if they've extended the requirements, but those requirements are actually there for a reason. If you have and you need to kind of understand this, if you have a state approved CNA training program, so let's say that what you took is a state approved program. You have all now graduated my program and you're going to go test. Well, my program is judged on how you do. So do you think I want you to wait 2 years before you test if my program is going to be graded on your performance? What do you guys think? Do you think I'm going to want you to wait 2 years before you test? No. Why? Because you're going to forget everything and you're more likely to fail. Now, if too many people that came through my school fail, the state says your school is no good and now I can't teach CNA anymore. So that's the way it works. If you go through a state-run, state-approved program, that's why that requirement is there, that you need to test so many months after graduating, because if you wait too long, chances are you're going to fail, and that's going to negatively reflect on the program itself. So most programs aren't going to let you test under their code, more than 12 months after training. Some are as low as 6 months. You have to test within 6 months of training. Otherwise, you cannot use our code. So the first thing that I would suggest is that you contact your board of nursing. The second thing I would suggest is you contact the school you went through, because you need their criteria, their training code in order to verify training. And you need to find out how long that code is good for. So contact the board of nursing and then contact the school you went through for that information. But that's why it's not to penalize you, but the school doesn't want to be penalized if you do poorly because it's been so long since training. That's what it's all about. All right, so that section of the book has a lot of useful information. It goes over interview questions, interview tips, finding a job, lots of different stuff in there for you to read on your own. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. Most of you guys are adults. You've been through interviews before. If you haven't been through an interview, or it's been a little while since you've been through an interview, please remember they're going to ask you to tell them a little bit about you. Have something prepared. Everybody should have something that they can say about themselves. You know this question is coming, guys, and yet it amazes me how many people, when I ask them that during an interview, they'll stare at me like, like a fish out of water, huh? That doesn't help me. If you can't tell me why I should be interested in you, how am I supposed to figure it out? You've been living with you all your life. I've got you here for 5 minutes. So if you can't tell me why I should be interested, then why should I care? So you need to have something that you can say during that time. So for instance, if you were interviewing me and you had to ask me, tell me a little bit about yourself, my response would be something like this. I have been a nurse for over 25 years. I've worked in a variety of settings, but most notably, I've been in CNA education for the last 11 years. I've developed tools and resources and programs that are being used by individuals and schools all over the country, and I've developed partnerships with lots of hospital groups and nursing home groups to help expand their training. And I feel I would be a good fit for your organization because I understand testing standards, I'm very organized, and I'm able to break down complex topics into very easy to understand and remember principles that will ensure your students will pass the test the first time. So that would be what we call an elevator speech. Okay, it's the ability to sum yourself up in 3 or 4 sentences that explains to the person why you might be a good fit for them. Now, most of you have no experience in healthcare, so I know what's going on in your head. Well, I can't say any of that. I have no experience in healthcare. What do I say? Well, you want to pull out the traits that you developed doing whatever else it was you were doing before. So let's say you were in food service or retail. You might want to say something like, well, my previous experience has been in food service or retail where I learned how to work with customers, how to anticipate needs, how to diffuse difficult situations, how to effectively manage my time and prioritize tasks. And I recently completed a CNA program, and I'm excited to bring those skills into a medical setting where I can really develop into the medical provider that I want to be. I feel I would be a good fit for your organization because I have a very patient personality. I love connecting with people. I'm excited to learn new skills, and I want to progress within the medical community. So that would be a great way for you to introduce yourself, bring in the skills that you've already developed, but show that you can be an asset to them even though you're new. Okay? Does that make sense? Good?
Yes.
Okay. Remember to work on your elevator speech. Every one of you should have one before you get into that interview.
Yes,
All
I have
right.
a question.
Yes.
You mentioned when we go to an interview, we should wear scrubs, or that's when we go in the facility to ask for an application?
Either. Scrubs are always appropriate, whether you're filling out an application or you're going for an interview. By the way, the reason that the same thing applies is when you go in to fill out an application, chances are you're going to be pulled in for a brief interview. It's not unusual for the DON or the ADON to come out and say, oh, I've got a couple minutes. Why don't you come in and talk to me? Because they're trying to get a sense of who you are. Well, if you show up in like cutoff shorts, a bikini top, because you're on your way to the beach and you just thought you'd stop in and fill out an application really quickly, and the ADON comes out and says, hey, I'd love to meet you, you are going to feel way underdressed for that appointment. Right? You're going to be sitting there all self-conscious, like, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have worn this. So always go when you're filling out applications with the expectation that you might be pulled in for a mini interview. So the answer to that is yes. You should wear scrubs, yes, to anything. Okay. Business professional, okay as well. That's fine. You can wear business professional, but scrubs really is appropriate.
I have a question.
Yes.
My husband is an engineer, so we travel a lot. Our home base is actually in Florida, but he travels a lot and I travel with him. So every time I go, and when he goes, it's like maybe a year at a time. But
okay.
If we go and I wanted to be a CNA somewhere else, would I lose my license everywhere, or my CNA certificate like that?
No, that's a great question. No, wherever you get your certification, you just have to keep up with those continuing education requirements, those certification, the renewals. So let's say, and every state's a little bit different. So in Florida, you have to have, and I'm going to show you this in just a few minutes, but you have to have a work requirement. There's no hour requirement. It just says, have you provided CNA duties for pay within this renewal period? That's all it says. So, but it doesn't say in the state of Florida. Okay. So if you're working as a CNA in Texas, then that would allow you to renew in Florida, because it doesn't say in Florida. Now, in, I believe it's Missouri or Illinois, one of those two, you can't renew unless you're currently working in a nursing home.
Oh, okay.
So, if you go to Illinois, I can't remember which state it is, but if you go to that state, you become certified while your husband's there, you work in a nursing home, and then you leave and you go to South Carolina, and then you go to Maine, and now it's time to renew. You may not be able to renew in that state because you don't meet those renewal requirements. But the one thing that I would suggest for you specifically because you travel quite a bit with your husband and you want to work as a CNA, I would strongly suggest that you look into travel opportunities, because the travel companies, and there's a ton of travel CNA companies out there, but when you're working with a travel, you actually have an account manager, and that person's job is to help you get certified in that state, wherever it is that you're going to go. And you can, say, okay, in August, we're planning on being in Maine for 9 months with my husband. And she'll say, okay, well, what part of Maine? All right, well, we've got this nursing home who's looking for a 13-week contract with a possibility to extend. That might be a good fit for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now some travel places, some will require that you have a year of experience before they'll take you on. So you may have to kind of get hired locally wherever you're planted at the moment, get hired locally, and then, just to get that experience and then go the travel route. Not all do, though. You may find a travel company that's willing to take you on, especially with COVID right now, because the need is so great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Yes.
Question with me being in the army, my husband travels for maybe we go to Georgia and we go spend 3 years over there. So when I go, do I still have to go there and take another test or another?
You would have to contact the state that you're going to and ask what their requirements are. Unfortunately, I don't know all of the states and what their requirements are. But if you're in Florida and you want to transfer to Georgia, I think that it's just a form and a fee. But I don't know for sure, so you would need to check that out. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, mine is almost the same as I took my class. I took on 1 hour and 50. That was a long time ago. But now, I don't know if they changed the name of the school. I tried to, because when I look at the certificate they gave me, but I cannot find, when I Google that's the name of that school, I cannot find it. So do you think it's better for me to just, when I put my application to take the test, just a challenge, or what do you think?
Are you in Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just challenge. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just register as a challenger. It's the same test. There's no difference at all. Whether you put a school name on there or whether you're going as a challenger, it's exactly the same.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Because remember, if it's been a while or that school is no longer in business and schools close, I mean, it's hard to financially keep a school open. So if the school is closed, then you really don't have a school to put down, because there's no way to verify your education.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any others?
Hello. How long does it take to renew the certification?
We're going to talk about that in just a minute. I've got a whole presentation on that. So just hang tight on that question. Okay. Somebody else had a question?
So say if you failed the test the first time, and I know you have to wait a period of time before you can take it again. Is that for every state? So say if I'm in one state and I go home to Florida, and do I have to still wait that period to take that test again?
Well, you have to test in the state. That's kind of a complex question. There's a couple of different ways that it can be misconstrued. Okay, so if you're taking a test in Kansas and you fail a part of it and you have to wait 30 days, you would have to test again in Kansas. So if you come home to Florida, you'd have to go back to Kansas to test. Every state is a little bit different on their requirements. I do believe that they're all a minimum of 30 days, except for one. There's one, I can't remember which one it is, but there is one state where you don't have to wait 30 days to retest. But they only give it's kind of a misnomer, because the test isn't offered every day like it is in Florida. So it's only offered, like once a month. So by default, you would still have to wait 30 days, because the testing is so spread out. So every state handles this a little bit different. I can tell you for sure in Florida, it's 30 days that you have to wait. So when you take the test, let's say you fail the skills and pass the written, you have to retake that skills, you have to wait 30 days. You don't have to wait 30 days to register. You have to wait 30 days to test. So if you fail, you want to get online, register right away. And remember, we went through that registration. There was a first-time tester and then retester. You would click that retester. But at the beginning of the application, it asks you when you took the test last. What that does, when you fill that out, that computer program knows, okay, retester, and you've taken the test on May 4th, that computer knows that they can't schedule you for that clinical skills part until after June 4th. So these parts of the application actually go together. Okay? So you can register right away, but the computer will make sure that your test is at least 30 days apart. But not every state tests every day. Florida is a high volume state because we have so many assisted living facilities, nursing homes, hospitals. We have a lot of older people in Florida. Home care is booming. We need a lot of CNAs. So because we have the need, we test every day for high volume. There's other states like South Dakota. They may only have 30 new CNAs a year, I mean, the volume is so low because they don't have huge populations. They don't have a lot of convalescent centers, so it depends on the state you're in as to how they're structured, because every state's going to have a little bit different need. Okay. New York, California, and Florida are high volume states, followed closely by North Carolina, Texas, Michigan. Okay, every state's a little bit different.
Now, once you fill that out, also, like once you fill out your paperwork to actually take the test, how long does that normally take before you actually go to take the test?
Right now, a long time. Okay. Prometric is not even going to start testing again until June 1st.
Okay, so would you suggest to go ahead and fill that out and get it in?
Yes. You want to get that filed right now. Okay. And the reason is because it's going to be a rolling delay. That's what we call it, a rolling delay, right? So they stopped testing in March, way back here. Right. So half of March, all of April, all of May, and then we finally start testing in June. Well, in June, they're now testing the people that we're trying to test in April.
Gotcha.
And then, or March, and then the people that wanted to test in April, and then the people that wanted to test in May. And so by August, they're getting to the people who registered in May.
Got you.
Is that the same for Florida too?
That's what I'm talking about is Florida. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be everywhere because nobody is testing right now. No testing center is open in the United States.
Why are they doing that with the problem with the CNA shortage?
Because they can't, because the state was closed down. They weren't allowed to test. Florida, the governor said everybody's closed. And because the CNA test is so personal, right? That when you're transferring a patient out of bed and into the wheelchair for the test, you've got to be within 6 feet of somebody. You can't transfer somebody from 6 feet away. If you're going to feed somebody, you're within 6 feet of them. If you're going to brush somebody's teeth, you're within 6 feet of them. So even now that Florida is opening up, they still can't test because you've got that close contact. So even though we need CNAs, we can't test CNAs. So right now they're doing something very unique. Right now, you don't have to be certified to go to work somewhere that would normally require certification. And that's something I was going to talk to you guys. It's a good segue into the next section. Right now, all of you, go ahead and apply for the test. You need to apply because you need to get in line. If you wait 3 months to get in line, the line's going to be even longer. So you want to get in line. But right now, you can still apply. You can go to work in nursing homes. You can go to work in assisted living facilities. You can go to work in home care. They're allowing you to work without the test as long as you go through the orientation of whatever facility you're working at. And then you'll be eligible to take the test later. And this is, they removed the certification requirements because we need CNAs, but we can't actively test CNAs yet. And I expect that to last into the fall, probably through 2020. I'm not real sure when they're going to let up on that CMS restriction or release of restriction, but I know for sure it will last through the fall because we're going to have that testing backlog.
I looked online and I couldn't find hiring for CNAs without certification.
Remember I said you're not going to see those postings online. That costs the facility money. They don't have that money right now to spend in online applications. You have to go online to their websites and see who's hiring. You have to go, get up, get dressed, and go to the nursing homes to see who's hiring. I know in our area right here, I get phone calls every day from nursing homes, from home care agencies that are begging for people. They don't care if they're certified, they just need people. But they can't afford to advertise all of those positions online. Every single one of those job opening places that you go to, Indeed, Career Builder, all of those, they charge a minimum of $100 a week to put the post on there. Now, if you're advertising on 5 different places, that's $500 a week. No employer has that to be able to advertise those positions. So don't rely on online. And that's one of the biggest, that's why I've got a whole page on it right here. You need to read this because when it comes to finding a job, if you're just looking online, that's exactly what you're going to say. Nobody's hiring. There's no positions. There are thousands of positions. You're not looking in the right place. Okay?
Yes.
So super important. Okay, Debbie, you tried to fill out the Prometric application, but it wouldn't allow you to. What was the problem? So if you can type in what problem you're having. I'm not sure. I know that they are accepting online applications. I know the online applications are being processed, but I'm not sure what problem you were having with the application.
Well, I will try again, but I did it last night and I was unable to go on there. It said something about COVID-19 and it just would not allow me to even get into any place where I'd be able to fill out an online application. But then again, I'm in Connecticut, so it might be different. I'm not sure.
No, I know Prometric's website is up. And you have to go to the page. If you just go to Prometric's main website, you have to understand that Prometric does testing for way more than just CNAs. They do construction testing, they do IT testing, they do human resources testing, they do testing for many, many different industries. So if you just go onto prometric.com, you're never going to find what you're looking for because that website's like 4,000 pages big.
I looked into the CNA, for nurses aid.
Yeah, you have to go to prometric.com/nurseaid/CT. And then were you on here on last Wednesday when I went through the whole application? Exactly
Yes.
how to find it and fill it out? Yeah, I know theirs is open. So under candidate resources, you've got the 5 links that are all closed up. You have to hit the arrow so it opens up so you can click on online application.
Okay, I'll try again. Thank you.
Yeah, that no problem. But that'll help you. Okay, and if you need help, go back and watch lesson 2 because it's still up. So watch the lesson 2.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So let me show you the video on the renewal requirements for Florida. Now, remember that I've got several people on here that are from different states. What I'm about to show you is for Florida. Your state will be different, and it's up to you to contact your Board of Nursing to find out your renewal requirements. I unfortunately can't do one for every state that's out there. The one that I have is based on Florida, which is where we are and where the majority of my training is. So let me show you this, and this is going to explain to you what's required to renew, how to renew, do I ever have to take that test again, you know, how often do I have to renew? All of those questions are going to be answered in this presentation, but it's also in your skills book. Let me find it for you here. On page 122, see, because as you're watching this, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I need to take notes. You don't need to take notes. I took them for you. It's all of the information is here. So the website and everything that you need is right there on page 122. So let me show you this video, and then I'll take any questions after. How to renew your Florida CNA certification. A guide for Florida CNAs. Brought to you by foryourcna.com. After you pass your state exam, you will receive your certification card in the mail. This card gives you valuable information. Take a moment to look it over. Check your name and address to make sure they are correct. Make a note of your CNA certification number. You will need this for employment and in-service credit. Your certification also comes with a convenient wallet card. Sign this and keep it in your wallet for handy proof of certification. But one of the most important things you need to pay attention to is the expiration date. It will be located near the top of the blue card in the grid. In Florida, CNAs are divided into two groups, odd year group and even year group. Everyone in the even year group will renew their certifications in even years, such as 2018, 2020, 2022, and so on. Everyone in the odd year group will renew their certifications in odd years, such as 2017, 2019, etc. When you become certified, you will join one of these groups. But which group you end up in has nothing to do with when you test. You will be assigned a group when you receive your first certification, and you will remain in that group even if you allow your certification to lapse and you retest later in life. So how do you know when you will have to renew? It's easy. Check your expiration date. Every certification will expire on May 31st, either in an odd year or an even year. You need to know which group you are in. This is Jenny. Jenny became a CNA in 2017. She was placed into the even year group, so her expiration date will be in even years. She is joining a group already in progress, so her expiration date will be the same as theirs, regardless of when she became certified. Everyone in this group has the same expiration date. So, do I have to take the test again? No. As long as you meet all the requirements and renew on time, you will never have to take the state boards again. In order to renew your CNA certification in Florida, you must meet two requirements and pay a small fee. You must work at least once as a CNA for pay in this renewal cycle. You must complete the required number of in-service hours and pay the renewal fee. We will look at each of these in more detail in the following section. In Florida, every CNA is required to perform nursing-related services for monetary compensation within the renewal period in order to renew their certification. That means they have to get paid to do CNA skills. This rule is in effect to ensure that CNAs are using their skills so that they do not forget what they have learned. But there are no specific amount of hours that are required. But be careful. If you are not currently working in healthcare as a CNA, you may not be able to renew. But there is a way. Follow me to see Jim's story. This is Jim. Jim became certified as a CNA in 2016. Jim planned on going to work in the local hospital after he became certified. But Jim's uncle needed help at his bank and hired Jim. Jim likes his new job at the bank and he's doing very well there. He doesn't want to leave the bank, but he wants to keep his CNA certification active. He worked hard to get it. One of Jim's bank customers, a supervisor at the local home health agency, mentioned that they were looking for weekend CNAs to care for some of their new clients. Jim immediately filled out an application. He was hired and now works only one Saturday a month. Jim kept his regular job at the bank, but still met the requirements for renewal. Jim will keep one of his pay stubs for proof of the work requirement. Now let's look at the second requirement, in-services. In Florida, continuing education courses for CNAs are called in-services. You must complete a certain amount of continuing education every renewal period in order to renew your certification. You must complete continuing education in-services in certain topics every renewal period. These will include bloodborne pathogens and infection control, domestic violence, medical record documentation, resident rights, communication with cognitively impaired individuals, CPR skills, and medical error prevention and safety. So remember your expiration date on your certification. You need to compute how many months you will have that certification to determine how many hours you need. You will need 1 hour of in-service for every month that you are certified. First, locate the date that your certification was issued. Then locate your expiration date. Count the number of months that you will have your certification in this certification period. So if this certification issue date was January 1st, 2017, and the expiration date is May 31st, 2018, there are 17 months of certification. This certification will be valid for 17 months before renewal. So this certification will require 17 hours of in-services for renewal. Once you have done your required topics, the remainder of the hours can be in a topic you choose. Choose topics that relate to your work environment or an environment that you want to work in. Topics you choose are entirely up to you, and the choices are endless. In-services can even help you if you want to change jobs. How? I'm glad you asked. Let's say that you currently work in a dementia unit. But then your friend tells you about a job opening at a local hospital. You've never worked in a mother-baby unit, but you really want this job. You can complete in-service topics related to this new opportunity to show motivation. This shows that although you lack experience, you are willing to learn. Supervisors like that. Now that you know how many in-service hours you need for renewal and what the required topics are, you need to find out how to get them. Most workplaces require an orientation session for new employees. Some employers will give you in-service credit for completing these modules during orientation. In-services can be awarded for watching videos, classroom instruction, formal group discussions, or even self-study at home. This is a great interview question. Do you offer in-service training hours? In-services can also be awarded for topics discussed in monthly workplace meetings. Sometimes hospitals and other community agencies
will host continuing education opportunities. These are often advertised online or in community newspapers or bulletins. But for many CNAs, the easiest way to get your required in-services is online. There are many online in-service providers. Each is structured a bit differently, but most have some sort of free trial. Simply search for CNA In-Services Florida in your favorite search engine. If you are unsure if the provider you want to use is recognized by the Board of Nursing as an approved provider, you can check them out on CE Broker. Go to cebroker.com. Under course search, select your state and your profession, and then click the Begin Search bar. Now click the Providers tab to access a list of approved providers. You can also search for courses right on this website. So far, we've learned how to work at least once as a CNA for pay this renewal cycle, and we've learned how to complete the required number of in-service hours. So all that's left is to renew and pay the fee. The bottom of your certification card contains the information you will need to renew. Your specific renewal instructions are printed here. Once you access the website listed on your certification card, flhealthsource.gov, click on Renew a License. After logging in, follow the prompts, check off the requirements, and pay the fee. Renewal can take less than 15 minutes to complete as long as all of your requirements are met. You will sign in with your username and password on your certification card. You do not have to send anything to the Board of Nursing to prove that you've met the requirements. You only need to send proof, which would consist of a pay stub and in-service certificates, if the Board of Nursing requests them from you. You must keep your proof for at least 4 years after renewing. Never, ever lie on your renewal. The Board of Nursing does periodic audits. The penalties for lying on your renewal are severe. Make sure you've met all the requirements before completing your renewal. You now have all the knowledge you need to renew your CNA certification in Florida. Remember to look at your new certification card for your next expiration date. Until then, happy caregiving.
All right. Any questions on that? Remember that video is available for you on my website. So 2 years from now, when you can't remember how to renew, you can go back and watch the video. So any questions, guys? No?
I have one.
Okay.
If you, I heard they're just talking about like if you're working like a nursing home. What about if you have a private duty, like a private case? So is that count? Like,
It depends. If you're working a private case through an agency, then you're getting a paycheck from the agency, that would count. If you're working a private case, like your neighbor has hired you and just paying you from her checkbook, it's a really gray area. And the problem is that you don't have to send in proof with your renewal. You would only need to send in proof if you're audited. So, the problem is you don't know if you're going to get audited. So your best bet is to contact the Board of Nursing and ask them directly what they would consider a qualification. I don't want to speak on the board's behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The second part of the renewal in Florida, you were showing us based on Florida's requirements.
Right.
The in-service, I don't really understand what the in-service, what it means. Does it mean where you work, they're going to train you? Is that the in-service or what?
There's several different ways of getting in-services is just a word for continuing education. You know, the best way to think about it, is healthcare the same today than it was in 1976? What do you guys think?
No.
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 not-
No. And yet there are still people working right now that were working in 1976. So if healthcare has changed and we still have the same workers, then that means that those workers have to learn something to keep up with the changes, right?
Right.
That's what continuing education is. It's just a way of you keeping up with the trends and the changes in medicine. So how do you get continuing education? Well, your employer might have monthly meetings where they give you a certificate. Like this month, we're going to talk about gait belts because you guys aren't using them right. I'm walking around seeing gait belts in all different ways. So let's talk about gait belts. And then you get a certificate at the end of the half hour that shows that you listened to somebody talk about gait belts. You can get in-services by going online and watching a movie or some slides, doing a little quiz, and that says that you met the requirements. You can get continuing education through hospital education series. There's a lot of different ways of getting continuing education, and you have to figure out, you know, where are you working? What are you interested in? So if you're working in home care and you're taking care of diabetic patients predominantly, you're going to want to take continuing education related to diabetes and home care. You probably don't really care about the new ways of, I don't know, helping people recover from a hip surgery, because that's not what you do. So you want it to tailor the continuing education to your particular situation. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Now, are we required to have a BLS certificate?
Okay. You do not have to have CPR, or CPR for healthcare providers is called BLS. It's the same thing, just because we're professionals, we have to have a different name for it. So you are not required to have BLS for the test. You may be required to have it wherever you go to work. So if you do not have your CPR for healthcare providers, also known as BLS, then you might want to find a local provider and get that done. At the very least, you would want to ask your health or your facility where you're going to go to work at what they require. Some of them will give it to you. Some of them say, well, yeah, we've got a CPR person that comes in once a month and teaches here on site. We can get you into that class. So if you don't have it, ask during the interview, but it's always safer to have it when you go to the interview. One of the reasons that I personally don't like having the employer provide my training is because some employers will keep the certificates. So let's say that your employer provides CPR for you, okay, that they pay for it. You go attend the class, but they don't give you your card. They keep it in your employee file. You don't get your card because you didn't pay for it. So now 3 months later, you've left that facility. You want to go off and work somewhere else. Well, now you have to go through CPR all over again because they're not going to give you a card because you didn't pay for it. So that's one of the reasons that I personally don't like having my employer provide things for me. I would rather get them on my own. That way I have it. It's mine. No one can take it from me or not give it to me.
Okay.
Okay. But, you know, for those of you who are having right now, I mean, finances are tight for everybody. I get it. So if you can get an employer to pay for it, then that might be a good option for right now.
I have another question.
Yes.
I actually have my certification in phlebotomy also. So my question is, say if I am just a CNA, okay, and the nurse or something happens and they need a blood draw, say if they told me to do that, I wouldn't have to have that training in that. Would I be able to do that just as a CNA?
The answer is, like everything else, it depends. unfortunately, I can't give you one answer that's going to cover absolutely everything. And the reason is that just because you're phlebotomy trained doesn't mean you've been checked off at that facility. It also doesn't mean that that facility allows CNAs to draw blood. So let me give you a couple of hypothetical situations here, okay? So let's say you're working at a nursing home and we need a blood draw for a patient. The lab came, they drew labs this morning, but one of the draws was hemolyzed. They need to get another sample from the patient. You know how to do blood draws. You're a phlebotomist. Well, in that situation, the nurse is not going to say, hey, go draw blood. In that situation, the facility contracts with an outside lab. They have to come and redraw the sample.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's say that you're working in a hospital, and in that hospital, their CNAs are trained for phlebotomy and EKG. Now, it's not just training. They also are checked off by the education coordinator for those particular skills. So as part of their job responsibilities, job requirements, and skills checkoff, all of that has been met. And now the nurse asks you, would you please go into room 4 and draw one lavender top and one tiger top tube on that patient? Then you would be able to do that because you've met all the requirements. It's something that that facility allows. It's a routine procedure. Now, let's take that a step further. Let's say that you're working in the hospital, you've been trained, you've been checked off, but this patient is coding. And somebody says, hey, somebody grab labs on this person. That is not a routine procedure. It requires judgment. And even though you've been checked off on it, that is not an appropriate action for a CNA to take in that setting.
Thank you.
So, unfortunately, my answer has to be it depends, because it depends on the setting, it depends on the patient, it depends on the requirements, it depends on the training and the checkoff. It just depends.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The in-service training you were talking about, if it's done online, how would somebody get the certificate?
When you're done with the training, when you take the quiz, it will issue a certificate that you can either save to your computer and email to your employer, or you'll be able to print it off.
Okay.
Okay. Any others? No other questions? Okay, I'm going to let you go. This is it for the class. I will accept video submissions up until Sunday. I'm going to do the cutoff time at noon, Sunday at noon. That gives me time to be able to review those, because I start another class on Monday. So it gives me time to review the videos, get feedback back to you. If you have any other questions, you can always email them to me. You do have my email address. So, you still have access to me. But I want to wish all of you the very best of luck. And if there's anything ever I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. But good luck to all.
Miss Patricia?
Yes.
Are you gonna post this class on YouTube, like all of the classes you did this week?
I am hoping to. Unfortunately, Monday session, there was a technical difficulty with the recording itself. I did send it off to be, hopefully they're going to be able to recover it. I don't know.
Okay.
Of that recording did not take. So I'm hoping that it can be recovered. But I don't know. As long as today's render's okay after we're done, then I'll put it up on, on YouTube today.
Okay, because I noticed that you have class 2 on there, but I didn't see class 1.
Class 3. Well, when I put class 2 on there, I take down class 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so when class 3 goes up there, or today class 4 will go up there, I'm going to take down class 2.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I enjoyed the class.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
you. All right, so
Do you know if any of the American Heart Association offers any of this CPR, anything of it online, or where to go to do it online? Or
okay. Yes, American Heart, it's very tricky here. American Heart does have online theory classes where you watch the videos, you do simulated exercises, but you still have to have your skills checked off by a live individual. It cannot be done through video means.
Okay.
So it's got to be a live skills checkoff in order to meet American Heart criteria. And right now, it's really hard to find somebody willing to meet you in a live location to get that done. There are still, that I know of, there are still some CPR providers that will meet just one person in a secure location where you can remain 6 feet apart. You can demonstrate the skills, but they remain away from you to be able to meet that criteria. But you would just have to you'd have to look on American Heart website and try to find a instructor in your area that would be willing to do that.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome. Well, thank you so much to everybody that said thank you. And it was very nice to meet all of you. I'm super excited for your careers in healthcare. Let me know where you end up and how you do. One of the guys from my last class that ended right before you guys started, he got a job in a hospital. So he's already started his orientation in the hospital. So it does work. It can get you employed and it can get you started on your career in healthcare. Anybody that really enjoyed this class, if you would like to leave me a video testimonial, just email it to me or put it in the Dropbox if you want to do a video testimonial that just says, that you took the class and what you thought of it. I also desperately need somebody to go on Google or Facebook and leave me reviews there. I mean, we've trained thousands of individuals, and I think I only have, 12 reviews on Google. So I'm getting to the point now that I'm asking for reviews because people won't go on there and leave them unless they're asked for them. So anybody that wants to leave me a review, I would really appreciate it.
How do we get the link to the review? How we can drop a review?
I emailed a link to your email. So in your email, just go back and check your emails. There, I emailed everybody a link. It's to a Dropbox account. Okay, just click on the link and you can upload your video. And I got several people that have uploaded their videos for review.
And where in Google do we leave the review?
Oh, just go into Google and type in the number 4 YOUR CNA. It's my, it's what's on your book, the number 4 your CNA. And when my thing comes up, it'll say leave a review. So just click on leave a review and let others know how you felt about the class, whether you liked it or not.
5 star. 5 stars.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, good luck to all of you, and let me know where you end up.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you all as well.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.